retard, retard, retard.
So good evening everyone, I hope you're all doing good and I hope you had a lovely weekend up to now. Even though news out are not so positive, but we'll try to get away from all this madness and we'll go into the madness of flight simming. I hope you're all doing well. So we are going to fly this beauty today. I know, Dan. Yeah, I saw the confirmation today as well. Yes, very sad indeed. Thank you much, Mark, for the overlay. Lee, hello to you as well, and hello everyone. To Mosquito, hello. Amy, hi. Alan, hello to you as well. Thank you so much. Terena Head, hello to you. Avenger, nice to see you. Danny. And James, hello. Mate Tudor, hello to you as well. Right, yeah, so we're going to go ahead and, yeah, fly again the FSLabs. I'm quite excited about this. So the plan for today... Hey, Robbie, nice to see you. Long time no see. How are you? And TJ Pilot, hello to you as well. The routing I can give you... that command, for some reason, isn't working, but I can give you the routing. If anybody wants to fly along. We are on VATSIM, obviously. So that's the routing that I'm going to be flying. So plan for the day is 3 flights. So it should be a nice long stream. We're going from here to Milano Linate because they are being towering today. And then we're going to go from Linate to Roma Ciampino by special request of Malindley, who said you have to fly the circling 3-3 there, because that's awesome, and he has some questions about it, and so that's what we'll do. Good. Currently fueling the aircraft. Boarding starts at about 9 minutes, and I'll give you a quick rundown of the numbers. So, hey, Contest, one more. Yeah, I saw that Antonov in Leipzig not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, I did indeed. As always, if you have questions, please put !ask and then your question after that. Then it's saved and I can definitely come back to these questions. Right, I'm actually looking forward to today's flights, even though I tremendously enjoy the shared flights that we've had. It's a bit sad last stream that we had some issues with the MD-80. I had a crashed desktop, and then yeah, it just would not resynchronize properly again. That was kind of a shame, but apart from that, I do enjoy those. There will be more, but for now, for today, yeah, we're going to be single pilot, if you like. Oh, and I need to check something as well. Maybe we'll be allowed to fly a beta version of the Challenger. I'm not 100% sure though. If I can't contact Toto prior, he's busy seems, then I'm going to have to fly the published one. What time is departure, James? In about 25 minutes. So I've scheduled for about 17:30 UTC. So we are on real time. Oh yeah, and this is the latest active sky version. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any clouds because it's beautiful weather. But I tested it, and I have to say, things have improved. Things have improved. So it seems like yeah, the cloud depiction, even though it's still not perfect, but it's getting better. It is getting better. Yes, I did. Yeah, I went away from Twitch because of personal reasons. I have some issues with them. I know it's not something that is favorable. So this platform, YouTube platform, is not so popular regarding live streaming. I'm aware of that, but that's just the way it is. Right. So we are going from Barcelona to Milano Linate flight time is 1 hour 11. Yeah, terrain ahead. I hope so too. Yeah. We've got a. Let me just see. Can I adjust a tad brighter? There we go. Contrast. Where's my contrast? No, that's even worse. Hang on. Hard to read, isn't it? I think I'll have to do that. Right, so alternate is Milano Malpensa, 1.1 tons alternate fuel required for that. Took a bit of extra fuel. It's not much, 800 kilograms, 15 minutes in the A321. So good for one go around, maybe second approach. Right, so the total value we need is 7.1, including taxi out. Weather, as you've seen, it's beautiful. It's a nice high pressure area around Europe at the moment, so we've got just a little bit of southerly wind. So wind calme from behind in Milano Linate, Cabo okay, 11 degrees, 1025. And here we've got 200 at 9, so it should be 25 left. Just see the towers coming online here, nice. So 25 left, I'm expecting QNH 1023, yeah, a few 1300. Nothing, yeah, it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to cross the trouble pause, climbing up 360, I think we filed. Okay, terrain ahead. Helme, hey. It is, Helme, it is. It's, if you're lucky and you've got your parking stand to the southern area, or southern apron, then it's not so complicated. But I agree, taxing out from here is going to be a little bit more complicated. Right, I just hope they're not going to do this with the works. Right, let's just get my airport chart. There is the airport chart. Right, so we are situated here. So if you're parked somewhere on here, it's a little bit simpler to taxi out. Right, taxiing. Right, there we go. So it's a bit decluttered on the taxiing chart. Although that doesn't really help that much, does it? Let me see if I can find taxi routes, departure, arrival, 25 left. There we go. So here we can expect Charlie Sierra out maybe, then Mike. Maybe Delta. Yeah, Delta it is. Delta cross and then Kilo. And there we go. So that's the taxi out chart. Hey Max, how you doing? And Christian. Buonasera. Yeah, Christian. Right, I know. Right. Looking forward to it. Good. So that's that. The SID, now we did file the Darlin 3 Quebec. Let's have a look if we find it without having to search function. There it is. So the Darlin 3 Quebec is a nice departure because you take off and pretty low level, you turn left out to the sea. So runway heading to 500 feet, turn left 163 degree heading, intercept Papa Romeo Alpha 199 to Peral. And there we go. It does have some restrictions here, NIT by below 6,000 or per ATC. Yeah. All right, so while I'm here, let me just do that non-standard. Papa Romeo Alpha. There we go. So let's go through the MCDU. As always, very important to fill out everything. The uplink has already worked, apart from the wind request. And just make sure the Active Sky has the flight plan. It does indeed. Okay, good. So let's do the wind request here. Level 360, ground temperature, yeah, 13 degrees is fine. 360 is fine as well initially. And we are expecting... Yeah, so in the... Do you mean, Christian, you mean in Microsoft? Yeah, I've bought it. I've not tried it yet, though. So, zero fuel weight expected 69.1. And the block fuel We set 7.1. Let's have a look. Yeah, 7.1 is in. Right, boarding is about to start, so let's start the APU. Have some fresh air for our passengers. So that's filled out, and the alternate fuel, as always, we'll adjust that. That's going to be 1.1. So the reason why we do this is to make sure that what we have uplinked and what we're planning with in the MCDU is equal to the flight plan. And that way, once the wind has uploaded correctly, what we can do is check the fuel values quite nicely. So we should have round about 16 minutes, 800 kilograms, 16 minutes, plus the min cont. So those two together, that's about 1 ton. That's the extra time right now. We don't normally take the min cont into the extra calculation, but obviously it is an extra fuel value. Here comes the wind data. So what I'd like to do normally in the real aircraft as well is obviously to have or check the wind data, make sure that everything's there. Here comes the bleed air. So TJ Pilot, normally if there's no restrictions, yes. However, there are airports that have a pretty good air conditioning system at the jetway. And so if that's the case and they connect it to your aircraft so that you have good ventilation, then we'll switch the APU off. It saves fuel, it creates less noise. Right, so climb wind is there. We've got the cruise winds inserted and descent winds, everything's there. Perfect. Right, so now got back to 1 ton extra, which is correct. Flight plan. Departure. 25 left. Dallin 3 Quebec is what we're expecting. There we go. And for the arrival, we're going to have the, I think it was 2 Juliet. Yeah, the Aztec 2 Juliet arrival. So runway 36, even though it's a bit tailwindy, we'll still get the 36 runway. Transition. That's interesting. What's a transition? Let's have a look. Approach Zulu 36. So it says Voguera transition and the star Dallin 3 Quebec. No, sorry, Aztec 2 Juliet was it? Aztec 2 Juliet. There it is. So yeah, so the Aztec 2 Juliet will lead us to Voguera VOR. So I would expect approach via Voguera. There we go. Just gonna check that that's closed. That looks good. Cool. Secondary flight plan, copy active. Just do a quick return in case anything goes wrong. Barcelona, and it'll be 25 right for landing in this case. Take the Zulu 25 right, no start. No. Cool. Yeah, RATNAV we already set for departure. Let me just do this first of all quickly. Good, and taxi, airport info, and the parking stats. All right, cool. That's all set. Okay, let me just check the routing again. So 5 feet intercept, 199 outbound.
I'm right next to her.
To Peral, that's 16 east, another overfly. Then we turn left. Nitba, 6,000 below. Yeah, very important. 6,000 below, correctly programmed. Unless ATC says something else. And then we go left again to Dallin. So Bravo Lima 058, obviously before that. 110 above, correctly programmed as well. Cool, that's all done. Performance. Hey, Jerome, how you doing? Nice to see you. Preliminary load sheet is there. That's fine. Cool. I'm going to contact 132. No, actually 134. Let's see.
I'm right next to her.
No.
Thank you.
So top down Valencia. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, we did have control. That's Madrid. Oh, that's a shame. We did have control here in Barcelona, but they've logged off now. Oh no, disregard. No, tower just came online. Ah, perfect. So let's get the ATIS. I know, right? He's back. I'm right next to her. Good. Fuel check. Fueling is completed. Looks good. We'll send that off. Oh, hey, Hardik, my pleasure. Man, if it helped you, that sounds really good. Thank you so much. That is a great compliment. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful. Ademico. If he were here, that would be for him. Oh, he would love that. He loves that. He loves these kind of liveries. These are... Now, the only thing that's missing is a bit of pink, because he loves pink as well. Pink with Disney stuff on it, perfect. Man. He would install it right away. Yeah. Where is he? He's on holiday, probably going hiking somewhere. Oh dear. Right, 69 tons now, and information Tango. We've got high intensity use. Yeah, departure to 5 left. There we go. That's what I was looking for. 1023, 13 degrees. Perfect. Yeah, he's not here. So, 25 left. Now it's going to be full length. There is no intersections available for 25 left. So it's going to be full length. And I'm going to take 14 degrees, 1022, just in case the connection drops a bit. It's a dry runway, 76 tons was the last estimate, anti-ice off, and we do the air conditioning on. Although we're pretty heavy, aren't we? Shall we do a procedure regarding APU? So we'll do air conditioning off, i.e. have the APUs, the packs run off the APU bleed. No, Alberta, they don't have sharklets, do they? At least I didn't find a livery. So, yeah, we're going to fly easy. Config 2, that's fine. So we'll take config 2. Stop margin, lower V1 will give us 137. Flex 57. Yeah, we'll take that. So, we're going to take all these values here. Flat 2, then the speed's 145, 149, and 150. Transition 6,000 feet. Actually, I'm going to put 6.1 again because we have to level off at 6,000, and I just want to have the altimeter reading there flashing, so that prevents that. Now I was looking for the NADP. NADP 2, 1020, 1020.
Hello.
1020. Oh. I hope. There we go. And the engine out acceleration is 1600. There we go. Cool. Quick inquiry: for an A320 around max takeoff weight, can you ever use flap 1? No, you can. I mean, yes, you can. You can use flap 1, yeah. So the flap setting obviously will depend on your climb performance requirements and the field length limit requirements. So if you have a long runway, then it's very often going to give you flap 1, even at high takeoff weights. Hey Florian, good evening. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Is that one of your liveries, Florian? That was the Vueling 321 Vueling pack. So, procedure, engine out, 25 left, 245 degrees, 25 miles to hold. So there's 2 more things I want to do. One is the engine out procedure. So Lima Echo Bravo Lima 25 left. Yeah, my pleasure, my pleasure. So 245 degrees, and if we need to, up to 25 miles. There we go. Another thing is, I'm going to go to data, second page, pilot routes. I just want to check the routing real quickly, make sure that it is correct. So I'm going to put in Barcelona-Milano 1, store active flight plan. And now I have this format, and that allows me to quickly go through the routing. 25 left, Battalion 3 Quebec, Dallin. Then we go Uniform November 870 to Adita, Uniform Zulu 188 to Sierra Tango Papa, Uniform Mike 985 to exit, then Mike 985 to Nosta, direct Aztec, and then the arrival. Cool. So now I know that the routings are matching up. It's a livery pack of Gregory. Okay. Yeah, he did an awesome job. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can always say hats off to you guys making these liveries for us, flight simmers. Big round of applause for that. See if it works. No, I need to start that again. Hang on. I'll get it working. Hang on, hang on, hang on. It sounds like boarding has finished. And we'll see that, or get a confirmation once we get the load sheet. We'll try it again. Applause. There we go. Right, normally the load sheet comes really quickly, so I fear that we're not quite finished yet. Let me have a look at the weights. Payload. No, that should be fine. Should be all on board. But oh, then no, they're finished there as well. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. Look, it's me just not being patient enough, that's all. So we got 69 tons, 0 fuel weight, takeoff weight 75.9. Let me just enter that into the box here. Accept that. So we've got 69.9. Yeah, get to your question in a minute. And the CG 34.7. Quite aft CG today. 34.7. Takeoff weight should be 75.9. Okay, correct. And the CG later on 31.9. And that gives us that up trim. Although I can check that on the trim wheel. So we've got 32 around about there. So that should be a down 0.9. Yeah, that's about right. Florian, it's my pleasure. Again, it's my pleasure. Do you leave the... If you're running... Yeah, when you put pack... Okay, James, normally... in non-COVID times, so before COVID times, we had that on in the A321 if we had less than 140 passengers on board. On the 321, it's 125 and less. Then we'll put econ or low. So here it's called econ flow. In the 320, quite often you find that a rotary button there, and then it will be low. Where do you get the 0 fuel weight GG from? Well, here it's in the load sheet. If you go here into options and then on the payload, there you have the values. Zero fuel weight with the CG and the takeoff gross weight. Actually, the actual gross weight right now with the current CG. That's where you would find those values. Right, so init A page, check that again. B page filled out, performance filled out. We are happy with that. So let's get doors into flight and let's get the clearance.
Tripulación, rampas armadas y cross-check.
Caramba.
Adrian 1905, wind 210 degrees, 06 knots, runway 25 left, clear to take off.
Capitán y la tripulación, te damos la bienvenida a bordo de este vuelo de Vueling. Por favor, comprueba que tu cinturón de seguridad está correctamente abrochado, que tu mesita y asiento estén cerrados y en posición vertical para el despegue, que tus efectos personales estén colocados en los compartimentos superiores o bajo el asiento anterior al tuyo. En este momento desconecta el teléfono cualquier dispositivo electrónico que puedas llevar, ya que puede interferir en el sistema de navegación del avión. Gracias.
Gracias. Caramba.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of captain and the crew, welcome aboard this flight of Vueling. Check that your seat belts fully fastened, your seat
Barcelona Tower, buenas tardes. Vueling 592, information Tango A321 requesting clearance, please.
Vueling 592, good afternoon, information Tango HQ, and you're clear to Milano by Italian 3 Quebec departure out of runway 25 left. Initial climb at 6,000 feet and squawk 6222.
Vueling 592 is clear to Milan Linate, Dalin 3 Quebec, 25 left, climb 6,000, squawk 6222.
Vueling 592, read that correct.
So that is in 6,000, goes into the box set. So A321, sharklets, fuel, 7.1, distribution, checked. What on earth is that?
Si se enciende esta luz, te tienes que abrochar el cinturón. Y aunque ya sepas hacer nudos, no se...
Terrain ahead, welcome back. Right, good fuel, so that gives a bit of extra fuel of around about a ton. Well, 800 kilograms is now saying right about, so 18 minutes. Takeoff weight 75.9. We've done our performance calculation. Full length 25 left, flex 57, a flap 2 takeoff. Speeds 145, 149, 150. Transition 6,000, NLDP 2 for, and the engine out is 1,600. Departure route as briefed, Dalin 3 Quebec up 6,000 feet. Waypoints were checked. We can use nav mode. In case of engine failure after V1, we follow that blue dashed line, 25 miles if we need to, acceleration 1600. We should be over water at that point, so once we have the engine secured, green dot speed, max continuous thrust set, we'll get radar vectors. We'll climb to 3000, get radar vectors 25 right for landing. We will be below max landing weight, 75.5 for landing. Long runway, good conditions. No problems. Hey, Bone King, so someone was asking who made the music, the intro music that I was playing, and here he is, the gentleman, Bone King 1. He is the one that wrote our intro music.
Adrian 195, contact Barcelona control on 134.45, have a nice flight.
134,
RTO, we've got about 130 meters stop march as a dry runway, so we have the reversers as a backup. I'll abort the takeoff until V1 for aircraft not controllable, thrust loss, ATC call, all the cautions, warnings coming through the envision phase. Good, before start checklist, cockpit prep completed, signs are on and auto. Fuel quantity 7,140 kilograms. Altimeters 1023, 30 feet checked 3 times. Down to the line, below the line. Windows doors closed, closed, closed. Beacon is on. Thrust levers idle, parking brake is set on. That's before start check is completed.
Put yours on first, then you can help your friends. Your life jacket is under your seat. Put your head through the hole. Wrap this cord
Feeling
around your
6
waist.
Whiskey Tango stand
Spin
214, request mission start.
What? Oi! That's cheeky.
Last call from police,
He was waiting. He's watching the stream, I bet. He's waiting just before I push back.
And at the back of the plane.
And Bulling 592, stand 212, also ready for start and push.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
And since you know
Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango, pushing start W facing east, QA to 1023.
thank you for flying with us. Have a nice flight.
Locking gear.
Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango.
Hello, hello. He's not.
Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango, go ahead.
Ah, I thought he was not listening.
Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango, clear for push and start facing east, QA to 1023. Clear for push and start facing east, QNH 1023, Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango. Boarding 5 and 902, there is traffic on your left, pushing back.
Yes, I do see him.
Barcelona Tower, Welling 9 Whiskey Papa, ready for push and start.
Welling 9 Whiskey Papa, push and start W facing east, QNH 1023.
Push AC QNH 1023, Welling 9 Whiskey Papa. Welling 29 Lima Tango, ready for push and start.
Uh-oh. Where's my chase plane?
Welling 29 Lima Tango, push and start W QNH 1023.
Push and start approved, QNH 1023, Welling 29 Lima Tango.
What's happening to my chase plane?
And Lufthansa 33 Alpha, also ready for push and start.
Lufthansa 33 Alpha, push and start W facing east, QNH 1023.
Push and start.
Okay, there we go. Well, we're back. I just thought the sim crashed.
Lufthansa 33 Alpha, atrium facing east.
Push approved facing east, Lufthansa 33 Alpha.
What's happened to my viewpoints? Something's not right. Sorry. Nope, still not working. Chase plane, come on. Guys, what's happening? Why is it... Does anybody know? Anybody had this issue with the chase plane? Why it's not working anymore? Yeah, like seriously. I could go outside view, that's fine, just for one view. But it won't change any other views here. So neither through the buttons nor... I did, Florian, I did. I closed it with a taskbar. Let me just see if there's any background processes still. Chase plane.
Viewing target evening. Correction, Barcelona target evening, viewing 815, 320 in the air, stand 260 information, Tango, QNH 1023, request Alpha, Kevin to Milan.
Welling 815, good afternoon.
I've done it
Information
through the,
time rescue and you are
task
clear to Milan via the Dublin 3 Quebec departure out of runway 25 left, initial climb at 6,000 feet and squawk 6235.
Information Tango, clear to Milan, Dublin 3 Quebec departure, runway 25 left, initial climb, altitude 6,000 feet, squawk 6235, fueling 815.
Welling 815, feedback correct.
So it's going into that view every time I start it up. But it won't respond. Hang on, let me just see.
Welling 29 Lima Tango, ready for taxi.
Welling 29 Lima Tango, taxi to holding point runway 25 left via Victor Sierra and Kilo.
I have restarted 3 times now.
Taxi to holding point runway 25 left via Victor Sierra, Kilo, and clear to cross runway 02, Vueling 29.
I have tried. I've closed it through.
Vueling 6 Whiskey Tango.
Through a task manager. Task close.
Vueling 6 Whiskey Tango, taxi to holding point runway 25 left.
It's completely closed. There's no background processes with chase plane anymore.
Charlie Sierra, Mike, Delta, and Kilo, you're clear to cross runway 02.
The taxi 125 left, Sierra, Mike, Kilo, and the fifth cross runway 02, Vueling 6 Whiskey Tango.
Lufthansa 33 Alpha is ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 33 Alpha, taxi to holding point Lima Sierra via Quebec and Lima Sierra.
On point Lima Sierra via Quebec and Lima Sierra, Lufthansa 33 Alpha.
Lufthansa 33 Alpha, Detroit. Taxi to hold, taxi via Quebec and Lima Sierra, hold short of Kilo.
Quebec Lima Sierra, hold short Kilo.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hang on. Yeah, maybe slew mode is still active. Let me just try something. How can I get back into the... Hang on, request pushback. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have. So cockpit, it is on onboard chase plane. That's all. But I think that was the reason. Yeah, I think it's GSX.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
Yeah, but I thought restarting Coatl. Oh, is it slew mode?
Locking gear.
Okay, let me just see if yeah, it's slew mode, isn't it? Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, you're right, guys. That's the thing. There we go. Woo. Yeah, we're back. Oh my god. So let me just finish doing that. Thank you much, guys. Yeah, that was the reason. Slew mode. Man, I'm happy that we got this sorted out. Christ.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Booling 592, stand 212, ready for pushback.
Boarding F592 has traffic behind. Stand by.
Standing by, Vueling 592.
Boarding 9 Whiskey Papa, are you ready for taxi?
Negative, stand by, boarding 9 Whiskey Papa.
I think it's a Neo. It looks like a Neo.
33 Alpha, taxi to holding point runway 25 left via Kilo, you're clear to cross runway 02.
Yeah, Mark, we don't want to try that. I don't think my flying will improve if I have a beer now.
Very nice with Papa, this may take a bit. If you want, we can push a bit more backwards.
Boarding 9 Whiskey Papa, stand by. Very quick, boarding 592, are you able to push back in front of the company traffic?
Boarding 592, I think it's too close. It's fine, I'll wait, no hurry.
Release parking brakes.
Roger, so stand by.
Hey, Lilo Pilot, lovely. You had your trip to Marseille. Oh yeah, I have downloaded Marseille, and I'm planning to fly to Marseille very soon here in the sim. Because yeah, that approach is awesome, yeah. Really like it.
Release parking brakes.
Oh yeah, I was just about to set that...
Vueling 815, stand 260, request push and start.
Boarding 815, push and start, approach facing east, QNH 1023.
Push out 3 facing east, QNH 1023, Vueling 815.
Hey, greetings to Turkey.
Vueling Whiskey Papa, we seem to have solved the situation now. We are ready for taxi.
Boarding 9 Whiskey Papa, Roger. So taxi to holding point runway 25 left via Lima, Charlie Sierra, Mike, Delta, and Kilo. You're clear to cross runway 02.
Taxi holding point 5 left via Lima, Charlie Sierra, Mike Delta Kilo, and clear to cross runway 02, holding Nara Chicago.
That's a long taxi clearance.
Holding 29 Lima Tango, wind 210 degrees 06 knot, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25 left, holding 29 Lima Tango.
So he's moving, fantastic.
Holding 5 and 902 behind the company traffic passing from left to right. Clear for push and start, facing HQ8 1023 behind.
And the passing company traffic left to right, cleared for push facing east, QNH 1023, wheeling 592. Yeah, so he's gone. Brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
Hey, flying on rail. I need to do one more thing. You have control. So I just need to do one more. Turn some lights here in the office. So we've done the checklist. We'll check the got APU bleed on. The fuel pumps are on. So that's all good. Engine start. Check for good pressure. There it is. To start. The 2D front panel, Gonzalo. Why? What are you looking at or looking for?
Using 650 Tango up to 3 ready. Willing 650 Tango, runway 25 left, line up and wait.
And Gonzalo, greetings to Chile, how are you doing?
Willing 29 Lima Tango, contact Barcelona control on 134.45 for next flight.
134.45 for Welling 29 Lima
Start
Tango.
valve closed. One start. What we're going to do, guys, today, we're going to make a little poll about what abnormal you guys would like to see. Not today, but next time. Then I'll prepare something, a little file, to explain more regarding the technical background of the failure. Yeah, we'll make a poll later on. Hey Geep, how you doing? Right, there we go, good light up. Good. Let's tell the ground that we have good engine start. Clear to disconnect. Give a hand signal. Have a nice day. Hey, it's AFTCPU. How are you doing?
Thank you very much for your hard work today. Your doors are clear.
Right and left click, JB. So right click, left click. Good. Good engine start. 1, 2.
Unlocking gear.
3. That. I can go auto now. Just waiting for the disconnect of the nose steering pin. Down 0.9. Ready for flight control check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Wow, I need to adjust that. So full left. Full right.
Willing 6 Tango, contact
full left, full right, after start checklist, anti-ice off, not required. Ecom status is checked and a trim 29, no sorry, 31.9% set and 0 after start checklist complete. Right, there he goes, there he is. Unit 592 request taxi.
Welling 592, taxi to holding point runway 25 left, via Lima, Charlie Sierra, Mike, Delta, and Kilo. You're clear to cross runway 02.
Unit 592 via Lima, Charlie Sierra, Mike, Delta at Kilo. We are cleared to cross runway 02. Unit 592.
Ceiling 815, request taxi.
Right, cleared to
Welling 815, taxi to holding point runway 25 left, via Lima,
left side clear,
Sierra, and
right
Kilo.
side
You're
clear.
clear to cross runway 02.
7.25 left, via Lima, Sierra, Kilo, clear to cross runway 02, Ceiling 815.
So Charlie Sierra is the next gate to the left.
Go ahead.
Cabines secure for takeoff.
Oh, gracias. Who was that? What's happened to
Tripulación, rampas armadas y cross check.
There we go. Reset. What's happened to Norman? Is he on holiday? Rec check. Right, we've got some more questions as we taxi out. Is the roll axis on the Airbus really sensitive? No. I mean, taxiing in the real aircraft is a lot easier compared to the FSLabs here. Weird time to be on holiday? Well, it depends. Oh, another call. Probably pushed the wrong button, that's all. Good. Down we go. We taxi on Mike up to Delta. And then we'll turn right, cross runway 02. Up to Delta. Then now we go. Right, cool. All good. No questions. Let's get that there. Predictive interest system on. We'll do a config test. Normal.
Welling 9 Whiskey Papa, wind 190 degrees 04 knots, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
So the next on the right is going to be Delta.
There's no problem. Call me back.
One thing that is confusing is the fact that they call out, or on the taxi chart you have the letters and the numbers. So we're actually going on Delta 2 now. However, when you get your clearance, then they won't tell you Delta 2. They will just say Delta. Hey Cucumber Bush, how you doing? I don't know. It's often it depends on many variables regarding. Here's the runway crossing 02. Just check that everything's clear. Clear. Seems to have traffic coming from the right. Watch that. Yeah, so it depends. Sometimes P3 looks very nice. Sometimes Microsoft looks a lot better. Cucumber Bush doing very well. I mean, I guess we're all kind of fighting with the worries and the horror at the moment You know, I can't, you know, get my mind off that either. So it's these things that I think everyone worries about at the moment. But we're trying to get away from all that craziness by just enjoying a little bit of flight simming. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to fly from Barcelona down to Linate. Looking forward to it. Well, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter which flight sim we're talking about. Every flight sim looks in some parts artificial. So, you know, you have your graphics engines, and there is limitations to it. So, before takeoff checklist, flight controls checked flap setting. Actually, look at that. So we should have had flaps 2, you see? There we go. So flaps 2, that's why you check the FMS or the MCDU with the actual settings. So if config 2 is set, then we've got the takeoff speed flex 145, 149, 150, and the flex is 57. Checked. ECA memo takeoff no, blue down to the line. He didn't tell us any of the intermediate taxiways here, so what I'm going to do, we're going to take full length. And that means we're going to taxi around the left-hand side here. Yes, Xiao. Yeah, I was I was waiting for someone to correct me, but it seems my first officers aren't all awake.
Well, 592 behind the departing company traffic line up away runway 25 left behind.
Yuling 592 behind departing company traffic, line up 25 left and wait behind. One thing that is actually nicely simulated is if you go and fly at night time, there's already going, then you can see how much more difficult it becomes to see taxi lines. Ourselves established here. Alrighty, fuel check 6.9, exactly as we have calculated with. No changes.
Control on 134.450 on this flight.
3445 Willing, I Whiskey Papa. Bye bye, thank you.
So pre-select the departure frequency 34.
Boarding 592, wind 190, 04 knock, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25 left, clear takeoff, Wuling 592. TCAS is on. Below the line, takeoff runway 25 left, full length, and the PAX. Oh, we. Yeah, you see. Not concentrating. So what we're going to do, actually we're going to take PAX off for takeoff. Because we did calculate with PAX off, we need to do that. Takeoff. We have thrust set. Manflex 57 SS runway auto thrust blue. No probe heaps go on automatically. Solar wings, bonjour. 100 knots checked. Rotate. We have an A321, so careful with the rotation. 7.5, let the aircraft lift off. Then we continue to pull. Pause rate, gear up. NAF. 500 feet, left turn. Careful with the pitch. 500 feet, left turn we go. And there's the coastline. Beautiful. Autopilot 1.
Putting a 5902 contact Barcelona control on 134.45 coming next flight.
13445, have a great evening. Thanks a lot, the Vueling 592.
40.
Flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1.
240, Qatari 114.
Pack 1 on. Barcelona, muy buenas. Vueling 592, passing 1,700, climbing 6,000 on the Dalin 3, Quebec.
2592, Barcelona, identify 2,000 feet, climb flight level 190, unrestricted.
Climb unrestricted, 190, Vueling 592. Right, open climb, out blue, 19,000. Here comes S-speed.
Lufthansa 7 for whiskey heavy, inbound to
speed checked, flat 0.
Lufthansa 7 for whiskey, for now you're out.
Hey, Atabigo! There you are. You missed your favorite airplane. God, it's dark. Yeah, but what's worse?
Lufthansa 7 for whiskey.
We saw your absolute favorite delivery.
Lufthansa 7 for whiskey, we are already in your airspace. Negative, pathway doesn't show that correctly. I'm covering the west side, so after Andrax, Alpha Delta X-ray, you can just contact me. Well, otherwise I will pull you back. Roger.
Scared now.
Boarding 6 Whiskey Tango Fighter, climb Mercedes offline, 1 of the Unicom 122, decimal 9, bye-bye.
Hello, climb Unicom 122, decimal 8, bye-bye, Union 6 Whiskey Tango.
Scandinavian 22 Barcelona.
Why did you put on pack 1 on first? If you go, and so if you have both engines running, you can use either. It doesn't matter. You should do one after the other. You shouldn't put both packs on at the same time. So if you go to your bleed page, where is it? There we go. So you can see that the cross bleed valve is closed because the APU is off, or APU bleed is off. And so you switch on pack 1. It doesn't matter which one you do first. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for the overlay message. Try that again. Altimeters, we have standard 6.8.
Passing altitude 3,500 feet, climbing 6,000 feet, Dalin 3, Quebec departure.
1815, Barcelona identified, climb flight level 190, unrestricted.
Climb flight level 190, say again, Vueling 845.
Unrestricted, no altitude restrictions, very quick. 189 Whiskey Tango, proceed direct T-boost.
Yeah, now it's working, yeah, thanks for the overlay tip, yeah.
Direct T-boost.
Barcelona Standard Transavia 88 Quebec just took off runway 10 at Alicante.
Transavia 88 Quebec, Barcelona identified, climb flight level 140.
Up to flight level 140 in Quebec.
Qatari 114, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Qatari 114.
Lufthansa 3 Ghana, Fatah, climb on up Unicom 122, bye-bye.
Wow, it is dark. Blimey.
Lufthansa 9 Whiskey Papa, climb flight level 300.
It is dark. Christ.
Scandinavian 22 inbound to approach to Alicante.
Scandinavian 22 Barcelona identified from Vilna, QNH 1023, clear as we approach runway 10.
Clear ILS approach runway 10, Scandinavian 22.
I am going to try to make a poll in a minute. So here comes level 100. As always, a couple of items to do. Lights off, seatbelts off. Unless it's bumpy, then not. Seatbelts off. And then we go into the MCDU, RATNAV clear. Secondary, copy active. And fix infos clear as well. And looking at 3.3 estimate fuel on board.
592, proceed direct T-boost, climb flight level 300.
Back to Pivos and climb level 300, Vueling 592. Direct Pivos, a beam point, select, insert.
Going for Levante
300 blue.
1224.75.
So now I'm going to go back on managed climb, climb out blue. There's the airport in the background. Beautiful.
Further, I will keep up further climb. Then I will keep up at head use flight level 300, 300. Climb level 300, holding hands.
Our remaining flight time is about an hour 10.
Barcelona West Monarch 795 with you currently with you on part of Alicante, slightly lower 3000.
Voting on.
Monarch 795 out of 0975, climb flight level 140.
Normal.
Can you repeat the flight level please?
Option 1 would be
140.
Hydraulics.
Yep, 140 now, Monarch 795, and our intention is we're going direct towards Mythos if possible now, Monarch 795.
Sorry, say again your request.
If possible now, could we go towards Mythos now as per the departure?
Monarch 755 negative, we need to right heading 060 degrees.
Ooh, what else do we have? Flaps. There is one gear up normal.
Quebec, flight level 360.
Electric. Hydraulic flaps.
Boarding 592, flight level 300.
INS.
Boarding 592, flight level 300.
Yeah, we're climbing level 300, Vueling 592.
And boarding 815, climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Vueling 815.
Solid wings, well, I mean, we can do dual hydraulic, but again, a word of warning, since most likely the autopilot doesn't work anymore, and there's so much regarding checklists and preparations to do, it won't be happening on any ATC service. Because otherwise I won't be able to explain anything.
Work 795, able to proceed direct complete.
Direct to cockpit now, Monarch 795.
Thank you, climb flight level 340, direct complete.
So what else do we
340
have?
340 cockpit, Monarch 795.
Failure-wise. So failures, we've got stuck outflow valve, FCU faults. Oh yeah, FCU is interesting as well. FCU 1+2. Then what else? So AC failures. Well, I mean, we can do in general. Electric failures, smoke, pressure. So hydraulic we've done, landing gear, DMC. Well, DMCs are not that interesting. Everyone is radio altimeter, APU, engine. Oh yeah, engine of course. Engine failure, fire. What else do we have? No, that's about it. Cool. Right, so here's the options. So
Boarding 815, direct T-boost, climb flight level 300.
There we go. So here's the ID. So ID 0 is hydraulics, 1 is flaps, 2 is gear, 3 is electric, 4 is INS, 5 is ADR, 6 is FCU, 1 and 2 fault, 7 is smoke. The pressure is 8, and 9 is engine failure fire. So just put exclamation mark vote, space, and then the number that you wish the abnormal. Thank you, Megas. Yeah, their beam position, and I do have a video on that that explains it very nicely. If you see that AB Darlin right now, that's a beam Darlin. So we had a waypoint previously. If I go to secondary flight plan again, you'll see the waypoint. So the white line here is the original routing. So we got a direct to Pibus, and I selected a beam positions. So now you can see from the new routing, it's drawing a 90-degree, so perpendicular line from the new routing to the old beam waypoint, and it names it AB for a beam Darlin. So here's Darlin, original waypoint, a beam Darlin. That's what it does. Terrain ahead, you can check. You can vote again if you like. Yeah. Yeah, you can vote multiple, guys. You can vote on different ones if you want. It's not just one vote. You can vote on different. Right. Once again, I'll give you the list regarding the abnormals for the options. So here's the options again. And so what I'll do, guys, I'll prepare for that topic. So if it's hydraulics or whatever the topic is, I'll prepare a little file which explains the systems or explains the abnormal. So the kind of things to look for, what the dangers are. So what kind of issues you might run into. That's weird. So currently, the highest votes is for landing gear. Okay, that's interesting. So smoke scenario, and landing gear. Those have the highest counts at the moment. Yeah, terrain ahead, but not today. So again, for the next stream, I'll prepare whatever the abnormal has the highest vote count. We'll prepare for that one, and I'll explain the systems behind it. And actually, I'll show you the IDs. So 0 would be hydraulics, 1 would be flaps, 2 is gear, 3 is electric,
Control,
4 is INS, 5 is ADR, 6 is FCU 1 and 2, 7 smoke, 8 would be pressurization problem.
Dinner 01 Alpha Delta Barcelona identified. Descent flight level 130, Beast for 1 whiskey arrival.
No, no Sullivan's. It's a smoke, cargo smoke.
Bisba 1 whiskey for Zulu 25 right approach.
And descend flight level 130.
So the failure that we have in here is cargo smoke.
Qatari 114 Madrid offline, monitor Unicom 122.
But that's an interesting topic. I mean, it has a lot of interesting side effects. But I mean, landing gear as well. I mean, I can talk about many different landing gear issues that you may have.
Barcelona, West Monarch 7 on 5 back cookie. Comes like 340. Welcome back. Yeah, we got confused there because we thought we had to go to Valencia control, but we got told to come back to you.
No problem, there. You can just say this frequency. Barcelona Hotel Bravo Hotel Juliet, request descent. Hotel Bravo Victor Alpha Juliet, descent flight level 250, expect runway 10. Descent to flight level 210, confirm me. Flight level 250. Correction 250 and expect runway 10 on Alicante, Hotel Bravo Victor Alpha Juliet. Warning 815 for Fatah climb, monitor Unicom 122, decimal 8, bye.
Come on to do this on later by dealing 815.
From boarding 592, same for you. For Fatah climb, Unicom 328, bye.
22.8, thank you. Fueling 592. Let's see. Let's see where the other sectors are. VATSIM map. No, here if you fail all 3 systems here, you're dead. I'm sorry to say. You're pretty much dead. The aircraft is not flyable with all 3 hydraulic systems in up. I mean, you can try with differential thrust. I mean, there are aircraft. 737, for example, if you completely fail the hydraulics, you can still fly it. So it has a mechanical linkage to the ailerons, elevators, and the rudder. Although the rudder, you have a backup hydraulic system, which shouldn't fail, obviously. Are we going to stay at level 300 or are we going to go higher? Let me just see. So we did file 360, Optum 350. Yeah, let's go 340 then. So 340 it is. Loop. Yeah, I mean, for the memes, we tried to land an aircraft with that hydraulics in the sim here, just using engine thrust. But again, it would be a miracle if you're able to set it down somewhere. This is Windows 10 I'm running on right now. Great, so we've got 3 people, so 3 of us flying to... Actually, no, 4. So we've got Vueling 6 Whiskey Tango, then we've got Vueling 9 Whiskey Papa, we've got myself, and we've got Vueling 815, all flying to Linate. Fantastic. Dan, what's up? Welcome. Right, so I think right now we have 2 clear winners. So it's either gear or smoke. Alright, so I'll prepare something. Yeah, gear will be the winner. So here the landing gear failure is obviously not that impressive because it's linked to landing gear not closed indication. I mean, it would go into a go around a recycle of the landing gear lever, and then normally that would reset it. But yeah, I'll prepare something and I'll talk about yeah, issues with landing gear being maybe unlocked or just having unsafe configuration. Well, I mean, landing gear on fire. Which part of the landing gear could be on fire, Wes? Hathabika, you won a lovely livery with Disney on it and a little bit of pink as well. Because I said that's your favorite livery. Yeah, so, I mean, the tires could burn because of, you know, burning brakes. Maybe you got leaking hydraulic fluid. No, terrain head, he's just pulling your leg. No, James, no. It's always 3.6. Unless it's like more than 10 knots tailwind. But just a little bit of tailwind will not stop them from using 3.6 in Linate. I'll be very surprised if they were using if they were using 1.8s in these conditions. Yeah, so they are currently expect approach 3.6. Transition level 7.0, yeah. Yeah, Luca. Yeah, I've switched. I've talked about it many times. My personal issue with Twitch. One of the big things was leaking of my data, and them refusing to let me know exactly what data was leaked, just completely ignoring my requests. And the other one was.
Encontrarás el menú en el bolsillo delantero con una gran variedad de productos a elegir. Aceptamos pagos en efectivo con euros, coronas danesas, dólares americanos y libras esterlinas o mediante. Si necesitas de la asistencia de un miembro de la tripulación, no dudes en contactarnos presionando el botón de pedido de los paneles superiores.
Yeah, and also so not yet, Serena Head, not yet. Yeah, so also I was talking to them about the fact that my feeling was that smaller streamers on Twitch are getting treated really badly. Yeah, so the split of the income regarding subscriber fees, and they wouldn't even, they just completely said no, we're not going to discuss that. No, you can go somewhere else if you don't like it. It's all right. Then I'll go somewhere else. Yeah, I had the same. Yeah, door slamming. I thought, what's happened? And Bruni, hey, how are you doing, Bruno? Are you working yet? Or you're enjoying your last couple of free days? I mean, today's Sunday, right? So you wouldn't be working Sunday anyways. Good. So we're gonna get rid of those charts. Don't need them anymore. And Yodai, yeah. Bruno is starting to work. Starts tomorrow. Nice. All the best wishes, Bruno, for that. All the best wishes. Cool. We are still over water. We have to the left of us. Well, we've got Marseille coming up ahead. There's Marseille. So what we could do is get a little bit of weather. So let's go to AC menu, ATIS request, and we'll get weather for our alternate, which is Linate Malpensa, and we're going to get the weather for Marseille, just in case, and of course Nice as well. There we have it. So ATIS. No, here's ATIS, Linate, Linate, runway 36, temperature 8, do you put -6, nice dry air, QNH 1026. So in these kind of spread conditions, so 8 over -6, I wouldn't expect any fog, which is a good news. The rest of the weather, so we've got Malpensa, alternate, Cabo K, 9 degrees, -8, dew point, all good. Then we've got, oh, hang on. Nice is good, so that's Cabo K, 10 degrees, so Nice is also very nice. And I put in the wrong identifier, yeah, so we've got to go Lima, Foxtrot, Mike Lima. There we go, so Marseille, 150 at 8. Oh, hang on, did you, so Lilo Pilot, did you land on straight in? So it wasn't the steep approach. Yes, exactly, Emre, yeah. So if you want to, you can modify the descent performance. So here you can't manage speed, you can only change the cost index for the cruise phase and the climb phase. You can change the pre-select, so if you pull on the speed knob there, then that'll come up here, pre-select 0.8. Oh, that should come in here, shouldn't it? Hang on. Matched pre-select. Hang on, what's this? What on earth is that? That is a bit weird. Normally, like I said, you can only... I know, right? That's weird. We don't have that. So Cosnex is how we would change that in cruise flight. Yet for the descent, you can change the descent profile. Oh, you did land 3-1 right, little pilot. Okay, that's beautiful then, yeah. So let's say you want to, you know, descend a bit faster. Then you could put in, what, 0.79 or 0.80 with the 310 up on conversion. Now, we've got someone ahead of us, so actually, for me, it would make more sense if I put in 0.76 and 270 for the descent. All right? Now what happens, the FMS will recalculate the descent path. Hey, Captain Bebe, grüezi wohl. And so the top descent will now be recalculated. Well, still a little while out, so not showing just yet. Yeah, but you can change that. And when do you want to modify it? Yeah, if you want to, you know, fly a bit faster, descend a bit earlier, descend a bit later, you can change those values. Hang on. Yeah, but that's weird. I need to check that with the real aircraft, Bruno. I know, yeah, we changed the cruising level. But still, if anything, it should have had on the climb page, but not on the cruise page. With the pre-select. That's weird. Oh, this, okay, descent rate. Yes, so what you can do as well. So let's say you have a very steep angle going down. Let's say you have some mountains and you can't descend as quickly as you would like to normally. So you have to delay your descent, and then the rest of the trek miles is not really sufficient to the normal 3-degree descent profile. What you can tell the cabin is to descend a bit faster. So you can go to, let's say, minus 500. Lol. Hang on. Is that not modeled here in the FSLabs? I was sure it was. Yeah, you can change those values. That way, yeah, in real life, in the real aircraft, you can change that, and that way you can make sure that your descent of the cabin is fast enough to keep up with the descent profile of the aircraft. Because you want to avoid having pressure relief valves coming in. But when was that wind, Lilo Pilot? I just checked. So that has changed then, Lilo Pilot. 27th, that is today, 18 UTC. So that is pretty on time for the report. Yeah. Right, so remaining flight time is another 40 minutes roundabout. Now let me do a fuel check. We can do a fuel check at Exit. Right, exit is our point here then. And that's after 45 minutes. Yeah, Emma, very welcome, yeah. So 52 is when we departed. 1752. And so we're expecting exit at 37. $18.37, and we're supposed to have 2.9 plus the about a ton extra. So 3.9 is what we're expecting fuel at exit. So 39, 2 minutes late, but 3.8, that's within the normal values. Yeah, but I mean, Lima, hang on. Lima, Fox, Mike, Lima, that is Marseille, isn't it? Lima, Fox, Mike, Lima, Marseille, Provence. Weather right now, 150 at 8. So maybe yesterday or when you landed, it was different then, yeah. Alex, good evening. How are you doing? Right, so what can we expect? So Linate has ATIS and a tower controller as well. And we should have... I'll see a tower at least at Linate. It's a bit of a shame that we don't have en route control here. Oh, on Friday. Okay, yeah, Friday probably. Yeah, that was probably 2 days ago. A lot different wind. Yeah. Alex, yeah. It's. I mean, again, you know, I think a lot of us are a bit tired of the bad news. Just doesn't want to stop. But yeah, apart from that, health-wise, all good. Thank you. What's the usual descent speeds in the Neo, James? They are not that much different. However, it does have a bit different descent profile. I mean, the engines are a bit more powerful. So your average descent rate will be a little bit less compared to... Although, I mean, it's a bit offset as well regarding the engines and the cross-section they have. So they do cause a bit more drag and idle power. Yeah, so I mean... It's not really something you need to consider. Let's put it this way. Thank you, Mark. I mean, I can put some hard facts numbers to that. So let me have a look at a normal 320. A normal 320 still air requires about 102 miles distance from flight level 390. If I take a 320 Neo, it takes 97 miles. So actually a bit less. That engine seems to have, that cross-section seems to have a bit more. Yeah, so from 39,000 feet, the difference is 5 miles compared comparing both aircraft. Like, let me go have a look at the weights again. 320 at 65 tons, 102. Yeah. So about well, actually, at 65 tons, there's actually 1 mile difference. Yeah, that's 1 mile difference. So I fly both. I fly CEOs, NEOs, IAE, everything. Right, so we've got a descent error here. I'm just going to check whether or not we have any restrictions on the arrival routing. So Torino, level 90 is the lowest we can do. 90 to Voghera. And that's about 30 something miles. Yeah, 90 is doable. Grid is 15,000 feet, but that's due to the terrain up here.
Good night, black box.
You enjoy the Neo? That's good to hear. Yeah, it's, from a passenger point of view, it's definitely very nice, isn't it? A lot quieter. Okay, Solar Wings, merci. Have a good week. Stay safe. Right, let's do the rest of the preparations before we start our descent. I want to go ahead and do the landing performance. 3.6. Now I'm going to put in some more tailwind. I mean, it says 4 knots, but I'm going to put 10 knots just in case it freshens up a bit, so that we don't have to go around. Landing weight is 72.3 is estimated. Yeah, alright, let's do 72.5. Just in case we get a bit of a shortcut. Anti-ice off, air conditioning on, dry runway calculate. What you mean, Bruno? Did you just make that up? Wow, look at the distance. So medium is 2,100. Low, it says 3,000 meters factored. Yeah, I mean, those values are just not realistic, to be honest. So if we go with our normal rule of thumb, 73 tons would be times 30, maybe 2,200, 2,300 meters. Now we have 2,400, so it is actually not that long. So I am going to go with automatic medium, and that puts it then to full landing flaps. And probably some hot brakes at the end. We'll see. But landing-wise, that's the advantage if you land on 3.6. You can do a long rollout. So it would be X&Y Golf. Yeah, so auto medium. And then we'll go Golf. And we'll see probably Alpha to the apron. Yeah, most likely via Alpha. Either to one of the gates here or the outside positions. But yeah, that's pretty much the plan. Last thing to do is we're going to have Voghera, and I'm going to put Linate as well as a backup, and we've got a beacon, Linate beacon as well. So there's 3 things I'm going to enter on the RATNAV. Linate on the left side, because that's what we need for missed approach. Right hand side, I'll put the beacon, Lima, November, Echo. I disregard Lima, November, Echo, beacon, and Voghera on here. That's all set. Yeah, the CIJ cabin is small. Yeah, it is. No, Voodoo's SOP was like that at some point. What data? Okay. No idea. Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, in these conditions, to be fair, if it's, you know, if it's clear weather and everything, I mean, and you're feeling fit enough, There's nothing that speaks against doing raw data. So this cab okay, level 70 transition level. Actually, let me just update the ATIS one more time. Oh no. No. Oh no. They just went offline. Are you kidding me? Alright, disregard them. So they went offline. GG's. So ASC menu, weather. Unfortunately, I don't have the scenery for Malpensa installed. Otherwise, I would have done that. Alrighty, so QNH is 1026, temperature 8, and the wind, yeah, let's put 190 at 5. Flight level 70. No VIP treatment, no. Right, so we've got Cat 1 540 in the minimums, elevation 340. All good. And as always, as a good practice, I always put in the landing runway threshold in here. 150 miles to go. That way we can raw data-wise track our descent profile. Good. Remaining flight time is about half an hour. Just going to wait a few more seconds regarding our descent briefing. There's coastline. Actually, is there... It is. Nice, right below us. Just a cloud. Can you believe this? There was no clouds anywhere, but right now it's blocking the view towards Nice. Are you kidding me? Typical.
Any traffic. Lufthansa 105 on the localizer 04 left, 10 miles out.
Geep on a turnaround. Actually, Alex, you were first. Alex, regarding actual aviation-related subjects, can I ask how this overflying ban works for airlines that are actually en route? Okay, so normally, Alex, the airline would be required to either return or exit the airspace as quickly as possible, but I'm pretty sure you can negotiate and have the aircraft either return to the entry point or continue to the exit point if that's closer. Now, normally, Alex, you know, the conventions would assure safety of your flight. Yeah, so a ban will obviously work once you have a normal chance to leave the airspace. And normally the announcement will be made so that you have a bit more time to react. And Geep, you ask on a turnaround flight, do you give yourself a break before preparing for the return flight? Okay. Well, it depends, Geep. It all depends. Obviously, there's always something you need to do right away. So after you finish your flight, including the paperwork, you're already going to get your your flight plan for the next flight. And unless you have like 1.5 hours break or something in between the flights, you'll be going straight into new flight planning and all the fuel, and then just oversee, me as the captain, I oversee that all the services are there, like catering, cleaning, fueler, etc. But yeah, once that's done, so once that goes on its way, then yeah, you know, you'll coordinate the outside check. But yeah, you should have a break at some point. What I do normally is I go take a coffee, talk to the cabin crew, you know, see, kind of get a feeling for what the mood is like in the cabin, if there's been any happenings in the cabin on the last flight, etc., etc. A bit of small talk, that sort of stuff. But yeah, initially we go straight into the new planning. Yeah. We don't really delay anything, you know, that can be done immediately. Yeah, Alex, my pleasure. Yeah, so at the moment, I don't know what's going to happen aviation-wise, at least at my company. I mean, looking at the chaos at the moment, I think at the moment for this year, you know, companies, airlines will be concentrating more on touristic sectors and probably a lot more towards the US. But I mean, Asia is still very limited regarding, you know, China, for example. But yeah, flying from Europe to Asia, or especially like Japan or something like that, it's going to be difficult for airlines. Yeah, Mate, I have you. Is that you in front of me there? Yeah, Roger, then I have you on the side. I'm going to be flying a bit slower for you, just so I don't catch up. Let's put that to below. Leader Pilot, the new one from Microsoft, yes, I've bought it. I haven't looked at it yet, though. Seven, 8, 270. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm doing 0.76 for the send, and then later 270 as well. Yeah. Roger. Yeah, but nevertheless, I mean, airlines will continue to struggle. That's for sure. So, apart from, let's say, the US airlines, I mean, the US are going to be in a much better position. A, they have a much stronger continental demand, so within the US, but also going from the US to Asia is no trouble for them, is it? They don't have to cross Russian airspace. Yeah, so the European airlines are really hard hit in these conditions. Good, so we're going to start descent as well. There's an aircraft 5,000 feet below me. But he's opposite. So let me go 300 first of all. So descend out blue 300. I'm going to have to watch him as well. He's climbing. He's a bit offset. Yeah, the aircraft behind me, you got to watch out. So I'm going to be doing Mach 0.76. Just make sure you stay behind. Yeah, the advisory. Okay. Well, advisory is not so bad as a resolution. All right. So here's clear. I am going to start or continue to send now to 160. Check the charts for the en routes. Minimas. Yeah, so grid at the moment is 15,000. So I'm going to limit myself to 160 for now. Until we get closer to Torino. Right, NOS, that was 40 and 3.8. So 3.8, that's good for us, exactly according to plan. And 46 minutes after departure, that's at 38, so 2 minutes late, but fuel is good. Right, contact, oh nice, they got approach now, 2675. That's nice. Milano approach, buonasera. Wuling 592, we're passing 318, descending 160.
Wuling 592, roger, descend, flight level 160, step 1 Juliet, question 2 Juliet arrival.
Expected 2 Juliet arrival and descent level 160, copied, Wuling 592.
Now round again, Wuling 815, 329, level 370, level 90 inbound Aztec. Wuling 815. Step 2 Juliet arrival, ILS 36, descend, flight level 160. Aztec 2 Juliet, place from my 360 to level 160, revealing 815. Berlin 9 Whiskey Papa, proceed direct Victor Oscar Golf, leave Victor Oscar Golf, heading 0.
Okay, so A321 Sharklets, fuel 3.6, we have
6 Whiskey Tango.
1 ton extra, about 23 minutes. So we could do one go around, one pattern, and still have the fuel to go to Malpensa. Landing weight
Milan departure Ryanair 36
estimated at 72.5 tons. Captain, the charts are blocking the view. So 72.5 tons. Done our calculations. Expecting, or medium, about 2,000 meters required landing distance, which is 400 meters buffer to the max landing weight available. And the procedures, initially via Torino, Aztec, actually we're currently on course to Aztec and to Juliet to Voghera, and then we're going to expect standard arrival onto the final all radar vectors. ILS Zulu 36 starts at either 3,000 feet and 8.5 from the ILS, or 2,500, and that will put us somewhere in between, around about 7 miles then.
Berlin 593, proceed direct to Victor Oscar Golf.
Direct to Victor Oscar Golf, Wuling 592, confirm.
Traffic.
TCAS, I have control.
Berlin Air Papa, confirm what altitude on
Right, I'm gonna go right. Maybe I can.
1026, London 36.
Maintain vertical speed.
Maintain.
Flight rate is off. TCAS. There we go.
Ryanair 1703.
Manual flight.
Descend to 2 Echo Papa, Unicom 122.8. Alpine 370 Delta, Unicom 122.8.
Unicom 128, Chow Alpine 37 Delta.
I'm Wuling 592, TCAS RA.
Clear of conflict.
Right.
Say again?
Yeah, Wuling 592 just had TCAS RA, but now clear of conflict. Returning direct Victor Oscar Golf.
Berlin 5093, Roger. I don't control that area or the aircraft, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah, no worries, all good.
Milano, good evening, Ryanair 14.
Autopilot, flight directors, back on vertical speed. We're going to go to manage to descend again.
Ryanair 1703, Roger.
So let's check the modes. We've got NAV, open descend. Now we've got descend, up blue, 160, thrust idle.
Milano, good evening, KD38, Lima, after departure 358.
D38 Lima, good afternoon, climb flight level 200.
Come on, descent, not climb.
Easy 1636, the beam point running 2636.
There we go, now we're starting to descend, Jesus.
Clear for takeoff, running 360.
Fredrik, that was you on TCAS, lol.
Helio 153, standard chase.
Minus speed as well. There we go. Where were we? Oh yeah, the approach. So, approach down
815, fly
at 3 degrees.
090 degrees, descend flight level 110.
3 degrees down, inbound course 353, correct. Minimum cap 1.
592, descent altitude 5000, correction 9000 feet, QNH 1026.
So 9000, QNH 1026, wheeling 592. So we've got 9000, 1026, and I've got 23.5 checks.
Milano radar, Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey at Linate, requesting taxi.
So minimum 540 feet, missed approach goes straight out to 2.5 miles, Linate. And a minimum of 1,000 feet, turn right.
Confirm Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey.
Sorry, Bravo Whiskey.
Max to 20 knots. And intercept.
Tango 1, Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey.
And follow 103 radial from Sorono.
Bird 572, Milano, good afternoon. Vix 3 Echo.
Actually, this is right, from Linate towards Tukos. And we're going to climb to 3,000 feet. So 3,000 feet to climb, 2.5 right, ILS, intercept 103, Tukos, and hold. Sector in the south, 3,000, in the north, 10,100. So the clear risk or threat is to the north of the airport.
572, Vixuk 3 Echo, ILS 35 left, descend.
Let's have a look for the profile. So we've got 52 miles. Yeah, we're way high. So 321 means we can use full speed brakes with the autopilot on. That should give us a nice descent rate. Seat belts go on.
Berlin 9 Papa Whiskey, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1026.
5,000 feet, QNH 26, Berlin 9 Papa Whiskey.
Berlin 6 Whiskey Tango, runway 36.
High and fast.
250 degrees at 5 knots, runway 36.
Runway 36,
EV 1636, passing 4,000.
EV 1636, maintain 5,000 feet. Maintain 4,000 feet.
What I could do theoretically is I could speed up a little bit, but I'm just going to let it run this way. Ground speed is 334, so a 3-degree profile would give us about 1,700 feet per minute rate of descent. We're doing double that. So I'm pretty optimistic that right now we will be able to reach
Ryanair 3 UK, Ryanair 3 uniform kilo.
The path very soon. And Bulgaria has 9,000 limit anyways.
Milano departure, your transfer 2, sorry for that, passing.
It's kind of interesting, I need to confirm because transition level should have been
Eurotran 212, good afternoon, climb
7-0. I'm on high pressure, so
200, like
I'm building 592. Just confirm it's going to be 9,000 QNH because transition level should be 7-0 if I'm correct.
I've got transition at 8, but 5,000 feet sir on 1026.
Roger, 5,000, 1026, copied, wheeling 592.
Building 9 Whiskey Papa, descend to altitude 3,000 feet, clear Dallas approach from 36.
Hey, Paul Flies, yeah, dive.
Easy 1636, climb to altitude 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet, easy 1636.
So we are coming into the profile.
Ryanair 3 UK, 3 uniform kilo, every 2 Echo arrival.
There we go, slowly coming back into the path.
Ryanair 3 uniform kilo, descend flight level 130.
Yeah.
Descend level 130, Bird 572, stop descend flight level 140. Stop descent level 140. Was there 162, Unicom 122, decimal 8. 122, decimal 8, good day, was there 162? Ryanair 36 Delta Zulu, Unicom 122.
Port flight as well. I would say if your pitch gets to about 5 degrees below the horizon, so minus 5 degrees, that's when passengers will feel a bit uncomfortable. But also the pressure changes of the cabin pressure. So that value there, that would actually already cause some issues if you have a cold, for example.
1636, climb flight level 100.
Right, we're coming into the path. Half speed brake.
November 2, Romeo Foxtrot, climb flight level 150.
Speed brakes out. Oh, no, speed brakes. The landing lights out.
Williams 592, turn right heading 070 degrees.
Right heading 070, viewing 592. Right heading.
Linate 815, turn left heading 050 degrees.
Left heading 050. Yeah, 250 on the speed now, below 10,000 feet.
3 UK, route direct Mike Charlie 756.
And we're getting close to the
path now. 753, speed 230 knots. From the 253, correction 572, speed 230 knots.
Speed 230 knots.
Ryanair 3 uniform kilo descent flight level 110.
So LS keys on.
Ryanair 1702, Unicom 122.8.
Speed brakes closed.
Departure, buonasera.
So currently it's showing November Golf, which is the wrong identifier. So not identified yet.
NS7 Milano, good afternoon, Roger. Ryanair 3 uniform kilo.
I'm still 30 miles out, so
240 knots. Descend to altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1026.
Yeah, the next flight we're going to do from Linate to
572, descend to flight level 1.
Rome Ciampino. And we'll do an interesting circling approach there.
7 uniform, climb flight level 9.
And we'll do that in daytime, obviously, so that we see some of the scenery.
Ryanair 5 uniform, cushion 592, turn left at 040 degrees.
Heading 040, ruling 592. Alright, so I'm going to put direct to radial in. So that's going to be 173.
The Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey Romeo 36, surface wind 250 degrees at 5 knots, clear for takeoff.
Insert, pulling in on the heading 040. So now we have the extended center line.
Easy 1636, climb flight level 200.
200, easy 1636.
You're trying to 212, Unicom 122.8.
It's 010 with you.
There we go. So now we're nicely in the path.
Descent altitude 6,000 feet.
Yeah, so if you're further out, it's quite easy to get back onto the optimum path.
With 572, descent altitude 7,000
so you can be quite aggressive with the descent rate, the speed brakes out. As you get closer to the airfield, your options are more limited. And so anything like 5,000 feet, the best idea would be to get flaps 2 out, maybe landing gear out, and then descend quickly. I'm going to start slowing down. Here's Alt Star.
Italy 102, descend, correction, maintain flight level 120.
This is the thing with 321. It has a lot more mass to it, a lot more weight. So you've got to think ahead a bit more.
Milano, Phoenix 7, do you still want us at 5,000?
Phoenix 7, the last instruction was 9, but climb flight level 200, sir.
Roger, sorry, we missed it, flight level 200, Phoenix 7.
November 2, Romeo Foxtrot, Unicom.
Yes, Mosquito, it is. Yeah. So what you can do is just go and put in the runway identifier.
Like, 792, descent altitude 3,000
and then just put in the radial. And you're going to have a blue dashed line. You see this? So you can do it.
Whiskey, Papa, clear Dallas approach. Correction, clear to land, runway 36.
Clear land 36, narrow stop.
Williams 592, clear Dallas approach.
Cleared. Let's approach Vueling 592. Right, I don't have...
815, 10 left in 020 degrees, descent altitude 4,000 feet.
I don't have... Oh, now we've got the glide slope as well, so we can put approach on...
Ryanair 3 uniform kilo, descent
Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 plus 2, glide slope, blue lock, blue.
36 right, correction 36 left.
I'm going to activate the approach phase. Go speed managed. Flaps 1, speed is checked, flaps 1.
Radar home, after departure,
approach. 7588, climb flight level 200.
Lockstar. And that's the right ILS identifier, India Lima November Tango. So that's confirmed.
Yeah, it's Sarah 108, just confirm Rick 3 Echo.
5,000 is going to take us out of a distance of about 14.5 from the ILS.
Ryanair 3 uniform kilo, speed 200 knots.
Oops.
Lufthansa 2 Bravo Whiskey, climb flight level 200.
That's actually interesting, it's showing us a bit of headwind. I would have expected tailwind already.
Ryanair 815, sorry, Vueling 815, turn right at 030 degrees, one localizer was
there's the runway.
I think there's 30 degrees, when localizer established the same glide, Vueling 815.
Now, if you're higher up, what I would suggest is to go intercept with config 1. Just to see,
572, descent altitude 4.
unless of course you have tailwind, then I would go flaps 2 now. But right now we're still very high up. Glide slope start at 14, 15 miles, 6 miles, yeah, 14.5, 15 miles. So that's the correct glide slope. Missed approach 3000 set. Hey, MAN, hello, how are you doing? How was your weekend? So obviously config 1 plus F, or actually it's just config 1, it's a lot less fuel burning compared to the flaps 2. But maybe with a heavy aircraft, a little tailwind, you may be speeding up in this configuration. So that's what you have to look out for. And of course, it's still very fast, so 200 knots. But as far as I can see, the traffic ahead of me
just confirm the clearance altitude 3,000 feet.
is far enough away.
That is correct, yes. Thank you, altitude 3,000 feet, feeding 815.
So at about 3,500 feet, I'll start.
All stations. Milano and Malutans are closing, so it's further with Unicom 122.8. Ciao.
Grazie mille, ciao. Linate traffic, Vueling 592 is on a 10-mile final, runway 36 in Linate. Good. Flaps 2, speed is checked. Flaps 2. I'll tell you what we'll do. Manual flight. Flight directors off. Bird on.
Go ahead.
Cabin secure for landing.
Ah, gracias. Caramba. Oh dear. 3,000, 8.5 miles, correct. Slightly high, correcting. Arriba, arriba, ándale. Yeah.
2,500.
It's checked. Gear's coming down. Where's my button? Oi. There. Flaps 3, speed is checked. Flaps 3, gear is down 3 greens. Flaps 4, speed is checked. Flaps 4. Linate traffic, Vueling 592 is on a 5-mile final, Linate 36. And the spoilers armed. lights on here. Right, let's try to get a feeling for the aircraft. Good lord, 321, heavy, kind of oscillating around the glide slope and the localizer. So if you do that, I mean, that's a typical sign that you're not really looking at the track line. That's what it's there for, track line. Here you got a track pointer as well, and also, you know, look at your pitch power values. It's a bit too much power, obviously. So the earlier you find the sweet spot regarding 1000 checked, regarding, you know, the power settings, the pitch values, the drift angle. So once you've nailed that, then it becomes a lot easier flying manual and raw data. So we now changed the tailwind 4 knots. Runway is clear as far as I can see that. Nobody called in as well, so looking fine. So there we go, slowly starting to find the sweet spot.
500
is checked as well.
400. 100 above.
Runways in sight. Slightly low.
Minimum.
Continue. Now, from this point onwards, don't chase the lights, meaning keep your pitch.
100.
Don't overcorrect.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10.
Oh. Wow, that brake took a lot better than expected. Right, bit floaty. Reverse, spoilers, and decel. Yeah, idle reverse will do. Manual brakes. Auto brake disarmed. And that should be our taxiway. Golf. Interesting. Normally I have a feeling that since it's a bit heavier in the 321, I normally get the feeling that you got to be careful with the flare, but that floated like crazy. Right, reverse close, obviously, spoilers back in, flaps retract, and Linate traffic, fueling 592, runway is vacated in Linate. So we'll check which parking spot is free. Yeah, Alpha, so anything above or below 7 degrees is perfectly fine. So Alpha, if you're doing a config 3 landing, the pitch will be even higher. So that's the thing with the discussions regarding config 3 landings, yes or no. I understand the environmental preferences regarding fuel savings, etc. But yeah, tail strike in an A321 is definitely more an issue. Tailwind and config 3 landing. So that's something that you need to consider. Wow, hang on. All parking spots are blocked. Are you kidding me? All right, then we'll go and park here. 14 then. Then we'll park here. Where's my ramp agent? Can't see him. Oh, yeah. You know what? You don't get a marshaller here. You know why? That's quite clever, because you have a stop line. So what you normally do is look left.
Linate traffic, radio check.
And then you stop. There we go. There you would stop. And that should put you on the right line. Let's check that. Come on. Let's have a look. Not too bad. So 321 is there. So that works as well. 3 minutes have passed. So we can now go ahead, put the APU bleed on. Engines off. Let's put the dome light on. No, Arthur, I think it's correct. Let me just do one more thing here. Settings. I don't want the... There we go. I don't want the readout. There we go. Good. Parking checklist. We have APU bleed on. Yellow ilic pump is off. Engines off. Seatbelts off. Parking brake as required is currently on, and radar predicted wind shear is off. Let's have a look at the brake temperatures. Just wondering what it is. (265 to 95), so not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, dynamic lighting not working here. GG's. Lol. It's a bit dark. Cool. We're gonna reset really quickly, so I'm gonna restart. Although we got one more of our friends landing here. There we go. And we had some other people flying along as well. Really nice. Look at that. Excellent. Linate there. Then.
Milano traffic, Linate, 15.
Nice. Cool. So again, we're going to fly from here to Rome, Ciampino. And the flight time is not that long, obviously. It's only... Let's see how long it is. I would say about... well, actually, it's interesting. It says an hour. That long? Can't believe that. Yeah, an hour flight time. You're flying along MAN. Let's see. I think I have Unita Elba. Yep. Yeah, Genoa. Yep. 858. Yep. Yeah, I mean I have the same routing. Yeah. I do confirm. Right. So I'm just going to restarting all the services. So we have a nice fresh sim running. Danny, fantastic. Yeah, all good. Yeah, wonderful. And the weather should be such that we can do this circling approach there. It's nothing too crazy, but it's an interesting circling approach with an offset. And there's several options you can use to fly the approach. You're flying on Volunta, okay. You need to sort out your microphone. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is important, isn't it? Alrighty, then let me file the flight plan on VATSIM. Pre-file. And easy, 839. We're going to be departing, 1945, 29,000 feet. Got Fiumicino as the alternate airport. Sounds all good. Let's file it. So this time we're going to take an easy 320 with sharklets. And we're going to go back to Linate. And that was stand 14, wasn't it? And we're going to do daytime now. So let's put it at, let's see, 1400 or something. 1300. Yeah, so that way we can see something. Alpha, yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. I need to patch that. Yeah, I just installed the scenery today, so I didn't have time to check it. Magus, we'll have a look. We'll see if traffic is permitting that. Yeah, but that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, spice things up a bit. To be honest, I'm just using standard. So stock P3D. I have not done anything with shaders or so on. But I'm using enhanced atmospherics, so maybe that's the difference. Let's go panel states, load state. Let's do on APU this time, confirm. Flight planning, load. Flying out. I'm not going to go through complete the preparations again, we've done that before. So we'll do a very quick loading and then just get going. A320 connect.
Traffic, Defensive 432, which gate are you both at?
That looks pretty, doesn't it? That looks fine.
The ones we're pushing back.
All right, so we'll do Atsu ASIP init, easy 839
traffic, Lufthansa 432
request.
One as well.
That looks good. 1 hour en route, OFP data. Instant, and we're departing at 1335. 60.60 fuel weight, fantastic. 5.5 block fuel is in. Boarding, 60.6 request instant. And there we go. Yeah, so nothing too crazy. 1 hour flight time, flight level 290. And the weather is, so 5.4 is good. Weather-wise, currently severe turbulence, interesting. Then we got Cabo K, currently 040 at 10, so that makes the circling 33 a very good option. Right, before I go into the flight planning here in the FMS, I'm just going to go dump some fuel. I'll be back in a few seconds.
Milano traffic, it's the 828, just establishing 35 left, 21 miles to Milano traffic.
Transfer ground 57, taxiing to runway 36.
Milano traffic, easy 828, fully established, 35 left at 15 miles.
Linate traffic, Lufthansa 432 is taxiing for runway 36 at Linate.
And I'm back. So what did I miss? I am Marcus. Yeah, why? Are you seeing something that indicates it's not installed? Yeah, so I'm definitely using Orbix Europe. Yeah. See the Alps in the background there. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Any other questions? Does it make sense to quickly install Ciampino? Well, yeah, MAN, of course. I mean, it shouldn't take that long, should it? Yeah, it's a brilliant flight, MAN. Really nice. Yeah, please, by all means. Good. So, yeah, like I said, weather is good. Alternate, of course, next door, Fiumicino. Also, all good. Just to go Navigraph here. And let's do right, there we go. Good. Oops, that's wrong identifier. So Linate, as actually any airport in Italy, is if you don't have the experience, it's always a bit of a headache regarding the departure routes. But there is a little workaround how you can find the correct departure routes. So what you need to do first of all is find your endpoint, so Genoa. So the Genoa 6 Quebec is the first thing you're going to search for. Oh god, come on. There we go. So flights, new flight, SimBrief. So I don't know why that's the value must be Waypoint. Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me a second. So open charts. So we're going to put SID, and we're going to select the Genoa 6 Quebec. And when you look at that chart, you will see the initial point, which is Tovza. So that's the transition from Tovza, and then we're going to do search again.
Milano traffic, Malpensa traffic EZA28 with
Tovza. And then you scan through the departure routes here. So that's the wrong one. That's runway 18. Ah, so that one looks alright. So 6 Juliet will be an RNAV departure. RNAV 1. Any night restrictions? No. So that's one candidate. I'm going to save that. That's wrong. The 6 Alpha. Yeah, so 6 Alpha seems to be valid as well. So that will be a candidate.
Milano Linate traffic.
Yeah, and this will be when the Linate VOR is unserviceable. So that's not a candidate. That's 18 again. So it's either this one or it's this one. And I would guess... Well, we don't have any control. So I'm going to choose the 6 Juliet. So, first of all, Tovza 6 Juliet. Although, hang on. Insert. Now, the thing is this. Normally, no, this one. Departure 36. Why doesn't it give me the transition? Let's try that again. 36. Try this one. Ah, there we go. Okay, so well, this gives you the answer. So 6 Juliet doesn't give you the transition, so you're gonna have to choose the 6 Alpha in this case. Right, there we go. So that's how we found out which routings we have to take. And from there, it's going to be to Otmouth. Cool. For the arrival, we're going to take the RNAV approach Alpha 33. And we're going to take the approach via Roma. So since there's no control, we're going to go from El Cap to Roma, and then we'll start the approach. And let's go into plan page. Oops. And then let's scan through this. What's happened now? Why don't I get the plan page? Oh, it's not connected yet. That's right.
And Milan traffic EZ828, vacate to runway 35 left.
There we go, now we've got it out running. So 023, I think. Right, plan. There we go.
Traffic, Lufthansa 432, takeoff, runway.
So, yeah, we'll do the approach, come towards Roma, and then we'll do that circling, RNAV circling approach. And Mark had some questions later on for the cruise flight that we can go through. Today's salad. So nice lettuce with red beetroot, some lentils, and some chicken. Mm. Oh, nice. Mm. No. Okay, so sorry. So that's the routing taken care of. Let's do the rest of the items here. I would not dare to call my wife stewardess. My lovely wife. So, wind request as well. Init A page is filled out. 290 is correct. We've got the final figures. Just going to enter the values here. So we've got alternate fuel about 800 kilograms. Got the routing inserted. RATNAV for departure. Obviously, we have to change that. So it's going to be this one here, the 6 Alpha. And that departure says climb on track 353 to 850 feet, but not before Linate VR. So that's 1 Linate VR. Then turn right onto 8 track to 18 Dini Saronno. So Saronno is something we need to put in here as well. Right hand side. Then we turn and intercept the 129 radial outbound from Saronno to Atgam, 3,500 or above. And then we go turn right and then have the 146 bearing to Charlie Oscar Delta. Call of Duty. And then we go to Tovza, 6,000 or above. Right, let's check the raw data. Linate right, 2.5, correct. Intercept, Atgam, correct. Charlie Oscar Delta, Tovza. So we can fly this with the nav mode. All good. Performance. Takeoff. Performance. Lima, India, Mike, Lima. So we're going to take 8 degrees. 1026. Dry. Takeoff weight. 65.8. Correct. 36 full length. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. Calculate. Oh, that reminds me. Let's start active stuff. Oh, it's already running. Okay, cool. That's all done. Config 3? Nah. Nah. No. No. I'm going to take config 2. Oh, yeah, definitely, Avenger. Yeah. No, I would be sleeping in the shed outside. Yeah, I have to be careful with that. Good. So we've got a config 2 flex 60 still, so that's all good. Flap config 2 down 0.8. There we go. Right. So questions. What is the protected area for the circle to land? Well, there are obviously different clearance areas depending on the standard that's being used. Now I don't have. Do I have any pictures? Let me see if I can find a picture here real quickly. There we go. So that's the protected circling area. All right, and that radius is dependent on the category of aircraft. And for example, a category Charlie aircraft would have about 1.7 nautical miles. So from each threshold, you draw a 1.7 mile circle around it. And that gives you your protected area. However, today, I mean, that circling area obviously is for very low circlings, right? That's like 1,000 feet or less altitude or height for the circling. Today, though, what we're doing is something different. I'll talk about doing cruise flight. It's not a standard. Yeah, it's not a standard circling that you see normally when you have no chart depiction. So it's just a minimum, and then it says circling altitude, and you circle. That is something different to what we're doing today. So we've got 1860, NADP 1, 3360. Engine out, acceleration is 1900. There we go. So, secondary, copy active, quick return. ILS Zulu 36, no start, no via. Procedure would be 2 miles Linate. So I would actually put that in. 2 miles. And then we turn right to Trezzo, Tango Zulu Oscar, to hold. Good. That's everything done. Right, 20. Sharklets, no technical issues. Fuel ordered was 5.5, 5460 inserted. We have a good distribution, and that gives us a bit of extra fuel. There's Norman. Quarter of an hour, so 1 go around is fine. Performance, config 2, full length, flex 60, 138, 138, 141, transition 6000, NDP 1, engine up 1900. Routing was checked. We're climbing initially, I think it's going to be 5,000 feet. QNH should be 1023, although I can check that quickly. Actually, no, it's 1027 now. Okay. 1027 is set 370 feet. Looks good. Yeah, we're climbing 5,000 feet. In case engine failure, straight ahead 2 miles, right turn Tango Zulu Oscar, which is here. Track to about 70 degrees. Engine acceleration is 1900. Cleanup will climb 4,000. Radar vectors 36 into Linate again. RTO, well, it's a heavy aircraft and our margin is not that good. So high speed above 100 knots. I'll abort for thrust loss, aircraft not controllable. ATC call, but for the cautions warnings, we're going to take the fire warnings with me into the air and do the firefighting there and then return. Right, before start items and checklists.
One of the
hey!
3, position 1,
MAN.
Starting of engine.
Linate traffic, easy. 839, stand 14, also starting engines in Linate. Good, there's one more message. Right, final figures, load sheet. There we go. So let's do that before we start up. Yeah, 66, 33, correct, 65.9, correct, all good. Entered, nice. Before start checklist, cockpit prep completed, signs are on, no, on. Add auto, fuel quantity 5,460 kilograms, altimeters 1027,370, check 3 times. Below the line windows, doors, closed, closed, closed. The beacon is on, thrust levers idle, and park brake is on. So we don't have any pushback, but it's a straight taxi out, so we're just going to start the engines here. Engine start, good pressure to start.
With that in mind, we do ask, indeed we require, the 2 minutes of your time, but most importantly your attention, whilst we take you through the safety procedures of this aircraft, an Airbus A320. Thank you.
Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat pocket contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace position that you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin
Engine
crew
1
are
start.
pointing out the exits nearest to you. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you. Emergency lighting will guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened when the seatbelt signs are on. We recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth.
Yeah, Marcus, thanks. I actually have
pull on each side to adjust.
another app for that.
Put on your own mask before helping others.
FS2
If you
Crew.
land on water,
So,
take the life jacket from under your seat. Remove from the pouch and put it over your head.
32.
Tapes around your waist and stick together.
That's about down 0.8. Correct. Flight control check.
Do not inflate it inside the aircraft.
Full up.
When outside,
Full down.
inflate it by
Neutral.
pulling the toggle.
Full.
If
Got
fails
full
to inflate
left.
or needs topping up,
Full
blow
right.
into this tube.
Neutral rudder.
Then
Full
the
left.
light
Full
and
right.
whistle or
Neutral.
taxi.
After such check this. Anti-air is not required. Is off.
Cabin crew can assist
Beacon
you
status
with
checked. Trim 32% set to 0 after such check was completed.
stowed, armrests down, window blinds open, and seatbelt fastened. Further information regarding
Left side
safety
clear.
on board
Right side clear.
is
MAN, yeah.
provided
Alright, so you
by
text behind me, you said?
We hope you have a great flight.
Linate traffic, easy 839 taxiing active 36 in Linate. Brake check. Brakes are working. It's better than the FS2 Crew? Okay, interesting. I was quite happy with the FS2 Crew.
Linate traffic, Volotea 6 Manatrees behind the A320 EasyJet on taxiway Bravo, taxiing to holding ground runway 36 via Bravo and Tango.
Hello, MAN, there he is. It was great to hear people's voices here. Ándale, ándale. Oh dear. Ignaz, hello to you. How are you doing? I did, MAN, yeah, I did. Imagine if that was possible. That would be scary, actually. Okay, Marcus. Yeah, sounds interesting. Anybody's interested, maybe have a link. Is that actually, Adrico, is that actually a thing regarding Andele? Is that even said in Spanish? Yeah, so, Shao, that's a very good question. The thing is, as soon as you have anything else than flap 0, it shows flaps takeoff. The older versions do not check the entered FMS or MCDU flap setting. There are software updates where when there's a difference between the entered flap setting and the actual, it will then give you a little warning. But here, as soon as you put them to flaps 1, that's it. It says flex takeoff position, or flaps takeoff position. Yes, there is a Mexican expression. The fastest mouse in Mexico. My cabin isn't ready yet. Come on, Norman, hurry up. There we go.
Hello, it's Norman. Let's cabin secure for takeoff.
Norman,
Thank you.
on time as always. Thank you very much. Before takeoff checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting 2. Speeds flex 138, 138, 141. Flex temp 60. Eco memo takeoff no. Blue down to the line. So here I would like to have terrain on nav display. There's no convective clouds, so there's no need for radar. Gator, well, there's a replay for that. So you could just simply go back and watch the video on demand. Good, let me just turn on the TCAS, and that way, if there's any aircraft inbound, we will be able to see them on TCAS. So the final seems clear. Visually, I don't see anyone else either. I didn't hear anyone. Milano Linate traffic, easy 839 lining up runway 36 departing in Linate. Right, that means below the line, takeoff runway 36 full length. Packs are on engines. B4 takeoff checklist completed. TCAS is on. Timer started. Chrono as well. Let's do a rolling takeoff. Norman has salad for me as well. Nice. Take off.
Linate traffic.
Manflex 60 SAS runway auto thrust blue.
Lining up and waiting runway
Thrust set.
36.
$100 knots. Checked.
V1.
Rotate. Oh, the flap. Gear up. Oh, this departure is always so lovely. It really is. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Bark, bark, bark. Right. Here comes 1,000 feet. Right we go. What a nice steep turn here, look at that. Thrust climb, SRS climb blue auto thrust. It's a tight turn, isn't it? My god.
Linate traffic, Volunteer 693, runway 36, departing.
Still in SRS, not yet in normal climb mode. There we go, now we've got climb out blue. Let's accelerate. Flap 0. Flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1.
Recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened. whenever you are seated. Toilets are
Autopilot
located
one.
at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time.
Oh, look at that. Got
and
traffic
this
departing there.
includes e-cigarettes.
Brilliant.
Please take care when opening overhead lockers in case anything falls out. Shortly, we will start our bistro service with a great selection of fresh food and hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. Full details.
Well, the barking of the dog, it can happen, Artibico. If demand for the green system is just too high, yeah, you may have the PTU kicking in. Flap 0, speed is checked, flap 0, reaching 5,000. Spoilers disarm. Hot star, speed. Yeah, you know. Alright, cool. Let's continue climb 290. So got thrust climb, outload 29,000. Transition is in. What did we say? 6,000. There we go. Ignas, well, that's the what's it called? We need to check that. Yeah, so that is just an add-on stick for the Thrustmaster Warthog base. Let's see. Altimeter standard level 6.6, check 3 times. So 5,000 above, 6,000 above, no problem at all. Ah, beautiful. The Alps in the background there. Oh, cool. Avenger. You know, that was a long time ago. Die schnellste Maus von Mexico. That was a long time. But I still remember that. Gator, can you do a Avianca Boeing 707? No. Is there an add-on? Or you mean do that flight with a different aircraft? I don't have that add-on, I'm afraid. Alright, lights off, seatbelt signs off, RATNAV clear. Although we're not quite. I'm gonna leave Serrano in for now. We're not quite there yet. Although probably it'll auto-tune anyways. Let me see. Charlie Oscar Delta, Genoa. Alright, we'll leave it. And the fix info, let's clear the fix info as well. 1 and 2. That's all done. Hey, Night, how you doing? The routing is a bit strange in the sense that this is our departure routing, so we're going to go via Genoa. Then we'll go and pass over Elba, and then we'll go over Rome, Fiumicino, well, almost. Just a bit north of Fiumicino, into the pattern. So, let's see. Regarding circling. So you have to understand that circling stands for a visual maneuvering. So it can mean either a standard circling procedure that you have as company SOP, and that can be a low-level visual pattern. Let's say at 600 feet is normally the lowest you can do a circling. Or these days, a lot of these circlings have actually now been implemented with regards to a overlay circling. So what does that mean? Well, it means that a circling pattern has been established with the help of coordinates, so waypoints that are referenced to coordinates. And that's the case today in this circling approach here. So there, it's not a standard small pattern at 600 feet. It's actually a longer pattern according to these waypoints initially. And the visual circling part really comes at the end when you get to your missed approach point. And there are two options. Either you don't see the runway, then you go around. Right, standard missed approach procedure via Roma, then outbound to Romeo Alpha 759. Or if you have the required visual reference to the ground, the runway, then you do this circling. So it's from here, this waypoint 008 degrees, and then go on to the final. I think this thing here is actually a little, it looks like a monastery or something. It's a red monastery, so that's actually a really nice visual cue that you have to get yourself established onto the final. So these are called circlings, however they are not the typical low-level visual circling pattern that you can also do. Well, not today in this. So this is actually a circle to land only on prescribed tracks. You are not allowed to do a visual approach or the visual low-level circling. That is forbidden. So you have to use this pattern. There is no other option. I'm just checking the other page here. Yeah, so 14. No, so the only thing I can think of is that you could fly a circling kind of visual pattern at 1700 feet, which is pretty much, well, almost 1500 feet, 1400 feet off the ground. Yeah, I think that's the other option you would actually have out of the ILS 1.5, and then do a normal kind of visual pattern circling. I think that would be authorized as well. But this one here, the overlay, that's how you would have to fly this, including the final part. So, Mark, if you would like, I'm ready for questions.
Good night, Black Box.
Lilo Pilot, good night to you. Stay safe. Ah, okay. So, Mark, you mean like when I'm going to set flaps and so on? Okay. Right, so it doesn't give you any speed instructions apart from this little box here. So 10 miles from the threshold, you've got to have 180 knots. And 6 miles from the threshold, you're supposed to have 160 knots maximum. So that's 5 miles, that's 10 miles. So inbound at this point here, you should have 180 max. And then 6 miles round about here, you should have max of 160. You can fly slower if you want to. The next Voyager, hey, moin moin. Yeah, the next stream will be Tuesday. Tuesday and probably Wednesday as well. Let me go change that in a night watch. Yeah, Mark, I'm going to program the waypoint in a second. Right, commands, schedule. Next stream then is on Tuesday. First, isn't it? 1st of March at 1800 UTC. It is the 1st, isn't it? Oh no, hang on. Sorry, it's the 2nd. No, it's the 1st. Tuesday, it's the 1st. Yeah, correct. Good. All right, changed. Yeah, so it comes down to looking at the pattern and kind of mentally preparing yourself for the approach. So I know that we have to cross Roma at 6,000 feet. So that's 6,000, unless ATC would say something different, but normally 6,000 is what we would cross that at. What I would then do is count the track miles. So that's 10, that's 3, that's 13, 16, 19, and then another 10. That pattern is 30 miles. So we could cross this even higher if we wanted to. So 6,000 would be the lowest. So you could be like 8,000 here, and then start reducing speed on this outbound leg to about 200 knots. Do the turns. Now, to be honest, I would start doing these turns with about 180 knots. Not faster than that, really, because then you have quite overshoots or it undercuts too much. Because they're not overfly. This one is an overfly. These are not overfly. These are flyby waypoints. So I would, latest on this leg here, I would start being, configuring to, let's say, config 2. And there we go. So here, 4,000 is the minimum we're allowed to do. Oh, actually, look at that. It actually says 185 here. It does give you a max speed here, max 185. Yeah, 4,000. Then we go down to 3,000. And then the final approach point is this waypoint here, 764. And then it's a 3.5 degree profile. It's 4 miles until we hit the minimum of about 1,500 feet. So yeah, config 2 for sure. Start put the gear out on this part here. Yeah, probably I would throw the gear out at descent point here. Descent point, so config 2, descent point, gear down. Config 3, config 4. And then try to get visual with the runway. Yeah. That would be my initial mental plan there. Oh, look at that, that's pretty. Got some pretty clouds. Genoa. Yeah, Bruno, I am. So it's 8080. That's the latest version, yeah. Yeah, so night, definitely. So the shared flight. So the ones we've done in the Felis 747, the 737 flight JSIM, and I've done one with the Tolis 319 with Motosuva. Yeah, they were all really cool. We just had an issue with the MD-80, unfortunately. Well, yeah. So Bruno, today I've messed around a bit with clouds. So I actually set some thunderstorms, and the clouds. I mean, the thunderstorm depiction isn't really that good, but it gives you now the cloud layer up to, let's say, 30,000 feet, and it gives you rain. It gives you the lightning. So it is starting to slowly improve. Yes. Right, got our cruise. Yeah, I agree. That could be improved, yeah. That radar picture. Yeah. Good, let's start preparing for the approach. Let's get the weather. So 040 at 11, cab OK, 5 degrees. There we go. So next phase, 1020. And we're doing temperature 5. The wind is 040 at 11. And the bar row is for the approach. So we said we're going to do the circling here, category Charlie, 1470. Oops. Also, the way I'm going to fly this is I'm going to use fully managed mode for the descent. And then I'll just throw everything out at the minimums or just prior, go raw data, and then land the aircraft. I'm going to put Roma, VUR on the left side. And then since it's a non-precision approach, as always, I'm going to put the threshold 33 and there 200 miles to go. And Anna Yancy, hey, how you doing? Performance for the landing, Lima, India, Romeo Alpha, runway 33, 63.4, sounds alright, below max landing weight, air conditioning on, anti-ice off. We have 2,200 meters available, so it gives me another automatic medium. Alright, we'll take that. Medium is set. What do you use for the radar? Okay, so normally, James, the weather radar does that automatically for you. So this radar system that is installed in the FSLabs has an automatic tilt function, meaning it tilts it down to about 2 degrees in cruise flight and for the descent phase. So it does something automatic in climb, and then it adjusts the radar, the tilt of the radar beam automatically. And then in cruise, it looks slightly down, and that's what we would normally do in manual mode as well. So this system actually uses 2 radar beams, slightly offset from each other vertically, and it overlays both of these returns onto the picture. Gator, okay, fantastic, yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, X-Plane 11, fantastic, yeah. Enjoy. Deliveries on the forums, Kashif. So it's on the forums, FSLabs forums download section. You need to log in, you need to make an account there. It's free. And you can download the deliveries and the overlays as well. And the sound packs. So any cabin announcements you can download from the forums as well. It's all there. Gator, yes, I'm a real pilot. What does it help to put in the runway threshold in the progress page? I mean, get that real. No, so really that's always a good kind of habit, because when I'm in the circling, even though I'm relying on lateral and vertical guidance through the system, I'm still gonna cross-check my distance to the threshold. So I can always plot, for example, if I know that I'm 3 miles from the threshold, I know the gate. Alright, so on a 3-degree profile, I will be about 900 feet above the ground. So the altimeter should then show about 1350 feet at 3 miles from the threshold. If it shows something completely different, then I know something's wrong. It's just about situational awareness. That's why we put these things in there. And again, good habit. Right? You trust the instruments to a certain point, but yeah, if you have been fooled a couple of times by the FMS, then you start becoming a bit more alert. Sigmet, yeah, that was probably severe turbulence something. Yeah, so we're just in the northern part where it says significant or severe turbulence. Flight level 140180. Yeah, so we should be below that. Should not be a factor for us. Hey MCK, good Abend. Yeah, Danny, I had it a couple of times in real life. And often it happens because the pilots have put something wrong into the FMS. Hey Boo, good evening. Now, also, it's good common sense to use the functions of the FMS, MCDU, as much as you can. What I'm referring to is the following. The approach path that you've been given through the NAV database is good, right? No doubt. So we have El Cap would go towards Roma, and there we have that pattern. However, it ends at that waypoint because from here it's a missed approach. But we know that we need to fly this as well. So what you can do is actually draw in that waypoint. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a, well, we could guess that's 1.5 miles at 008 degrees. And so what you can do is use, for example, the pilot waypoint function. And I would put this in as Lira 01. And the place is referenced Romeo Alpha 766, bearing 008, and distance Well, very likely like 1.5 miles. It is a bit offset, but I think that will do. Right, this will give me one waypoint. So if I now go into the fix page, where is it? So fix page, and put in my waypoint that I just created, it will put that onto the final. See this? So now I can visually give myself that waypoint there, this one here. Now it's not very far, it's not long distance, so really, again, I don't know if in real life I would actually do this, but you can. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate. Also, what you can do, you can actually draw in that radial as well from that waypoint. So let's have a look now. So through the fix page, look at that. Right, so I've drawn in that radial or that bearing intersecting then at 2.5 miles. Now I can go further, I can do another radial, I can put the threshold of the landing runway. So Lira 33. And then go outbound 149. And again. Yeah. So that was an estimate regarding that waypoint. So that's how you can... What did I put in? Hold on. Yeah, 149. Yeah. So that gives you a little helper, right, visually, just so that you know where to go. Now, I want to try one more thing, because this afternoon when I tried to program that waypoint here, because normally what I would do is actually use the info from here. So what I would do is go... actually, no, let's go through data, pilot waypoints. Let's put new waypoint, Lira 2. I'm going to take then the place, which is the... We can use either Roma VOR. I'm going to take Roma VOR, so Romeo Oscar Mike. Then it is pretty much track 329, or 149 outbound, obviously. And it's supposed to be 2.5 miles from Roma. Now here you can put decimals. So Rome 149 2.5. Now that should be exactly the same point. Now let's have a look what it draws in. Oh, hang on. I need to put waypoint 2 in here as well. So I'm going to put Lira 02 now instead of 01. There we go. So let's have a look. Oh, look. Now it does it. Yeah, because this afternoon when I tried it, it drew that point here. I don't know. Maybe I made a typo this afternoon, but I was kind of confused. But now it all adds up. So there we go. So that now shows you visually that point here. Yeah, and we use these functions in the FMS, for example, for these radial or fixed definitions, but we also, quite often, if we have higher terrain, we would use the fix info to draw in our sectors. Right, so we could go Alpha Romeo Papa, 25-mile ring around that, and then one of the radials would be 225, and the other one would be 090. And again, it's just there for visual depiction to make situational awareness just that bit better. Right, so there are the... Hang on, where's my... Where do we now? Fix info. Oh, it's airport. Oh, Lord, it's not even fixed. Hey, Toto, how are you doing? It's the airport. Duh. Right, so again, 25 miles around that. I thought it's a VUR, Alfa Romeo Papa. I don't know why they put ARPT. That would be normal for airport. I thought that was going to be referenced to a VUR, but there we go. Lessons learned. 225 and again 090. There we go. So now we have that pi, that one there, so 7,100, and this part is 3,800. Oh, Toto, yeah, so my question would have been... Oh, yeah, you already answered, hang on. Yeah, no worries. I hope you had a great day, Toto. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm planning to do another flight after this one in your lovely Challenger from Jackson Hole to Eagle County. Now, I know it's a beta version. If you're uncomfortable with me using it, that's fine. I'll just use the normal version, and we'll demonstrate the CPD DLC some other time. Okay, so can pilot waypoints be inserted on an RMP approach? Well, no. You shouldn't do that. So these waypoints are only there for visual reference, right? Navigation-wise, it's not authorized. So the only authorization you have is through these official programmed waypoints. And there you see that's all lined up, that's connected, and you can fly this in the nav mode. I would be very careful programming in your own waypoints, and I know for sure you're not allowed to manipulate anything beyond the final approach point. So from this point onwards down to the minimums and the missed approach, you're not supposed to mess about with the flight plan. Is it okay, Toto? Oh wow, okay, yeah, because yesterday the flight was really nice. Yeah, no issues whatsoever. Good, that would be cool, because that way, maybe you can tell me then, if you have the time, that is, how to get the clearance, etc. Right, let's start the descent. Thrust idle descent. Oh, blue 150. I know, yeah, it is. That's very sad. Yeah. That Antonov 225 is destroyed. Is it a long flight? Are you sure, Danny? It was only like 200 miles. And a Challenger is fast. Is that important for today, Toto, that new build? I mean, I can install it. Shouldn't be an issue. So no, so, I mean, you can define waypoints. So if I went to the flight plan now and I put in my waypoint that I've just created, it will know that. It would fly directly towards that waypoint now. Right? But yeah, again, it's more for visual representation. Yeah, that's fine, Toto. So what I have to do anyway is I have to stop the stream. Then I get everything set up for the... Because I've changed to Windows 11 onto X-Plane. And then I can download, install the that new version that you're uploading now. Lee, welcome back. Oh, another thing. With the call sign in the US, Toto, shouldn't I be saying Challenger 711 Bravo Bravo? Because I know that Citation Max always says Citation 2 Romeo Foxtrot instead of November something. I'm just going to make the flight plan now. Citation 650. No, it's an hour flight time. So either method is acceptable. Nice. Okay, thank you. MCK, you already have to go. School coming up to make it. Yeah, okay. Oh no, yeah, I feel for you, MCK. All the best. All the best wishes. Thanks for saying hello. So there's actually some routings there. 3 aircraft that flew from Jackson Hole to Eagle County today. That's the routing. Yeah. So that's what we're going to take. We'll take a bit of extra fuel, obviously. There we go. Passengers for generate. Yeah. Hey Ted, buenas noches, señor. ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, and if in doubt, November 711 Bravo Bravo. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll try and remember a Challenger 711 Bravo Bravo. Little puffy clouds there, lovely. Just going to dial down the brightness a bit. It was during nighttime. I did increase brightness just a tad. Let's go put that back to about there. There we go. In our descent. Wonderful. Cool. So how many miles do we have? 50 miles, 15,000 feet, 6,000 there. Right. So Roma, it says 6,000 or above. I'm going to do the following. I'm going to put 7,500. See how that works out. And speed 220 here. So now the FMS is calculating with those values. And I think that's MAN behind us there. Nice. Good. So we're going to go down 8. Let's go 80 first of all. Yeah, all good. Flight time 50 minutes. So Jackson Hole to Eagle County is 50 minutes flight time only. Perfect for us. However, the weather, I checked this morning, it was really cold. Oh, now it's Eagle County -5. They had -20 or something this last night. And Jackson Hole is -7 still. Yeah, they had. I think that last night they had -22 or something. Crazy cold. But we can still use that function in the Challenger regarding altitude corrections or cold temperature correction. Can an A320 fly around the world without... No, Gator, no. Yeah, I heard, yeah, Superfly. Yeah, it's really sad. I agree. But I want to keep politics out of the stream, please. Could you talk a bit about the send management and VNAV in the A320? You've set 150, the average... Yeah, no, so... Whatever you put in here, that's the lowest the autopilot will go in managed mode. However, in managed mode, if there's any restrictions that make the aircraft stop at a higher altitude in the descent, then it will respect, in managed mode, so descent, it will respect the lower or the higher altitude minimas. If you want to ignore those, you would go open descent. Open descent means strictly it's going to descend, ignoring all the altitude restrictions, and it's going to go down to the pre-dialed altitude. No, Superfly, no. So the fact that the Antonov is destroyed, that's fine. That's not politics. No. But I just mean that I don't want from this, then suddenly people starting going, you know, blah, 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 and so on, and, you know, getting into politics. That's what I try to avoid. You've done nothing wrong, Superfly. All good. I'll give you another demonstration. So let's say we want to go down to 5,000 in managed mode, look now, it shows you magenta 7.5, because that's the restriction I've put in now for that waypoint. So now the autopilot will level off at 7.5 until it's crossed that waypoint. It'll ignore that 5,000. Exactly. One very easy way to understand managed and selected is whenever you push on those knobs, you push away the authority to the aircraft. If you want to take authority, you pull on those knobs, and that means you're pulling the authority to yourself, so then you have the authority to demand speed, altitude, etc., and lateral tracking as well. And you see, whenever you have that white dot, or that circle, it's a managed mode. So it's now managed speed, it's managed lateral track, so it's following the nav track, and it's managed vertical mode. However, be careful, this is not master. The only indication which is reliable regarding the actual modes the autopilot has is on your FMA. So here on these lines, that's the only place you can confirm the correct performance of the autopilot. Yeah, this is P3D, yeah, prepared, exactly. Right, let's go and strap in everyone. Oh, sorry. Come on. There we go. Seatbelts on. So again, pre-plan. Gonna fly this in nav mode, then we do final approach mode to the minimums. We'll have flaps 2 just before reaching Romeo Alpha 768. And obtain flaps 2 until just prior or at Romeo Alpha 764, gear down, config 3, config full, and then we fly that visual. So people have plus 4 degrees in clouds, eyes. There's no icing. Yeah, the APU has its own fuel pump, yeah, correct. Good, so we're going to slow down here. Sorry, just need to put on hold here for a second. What's the... Right, so does the A321 autopilot have the same climb descent rate performance in the management? Yes. Ted, yeah. If you go full power, so if you mean like idle power or full climb power, yes, it does. The only thing really that's different, Ted, is the speed band the autopilot can use to pitch up and down. So if I go now to open descent, you see that bracket disappears. Managed descent, you have a speed bracket where the autopilot will, instead of increasing thrust, it'll pitch up and down to try to get onto that optimum path. Yes, of course. So you don't need, there's the airport by the way, you don't need to have the fuel pumps running when refueling. The only thing that happens when you have the fuel pumps on is there's circulation going on between the inner tank, the the oil fuel heat exchanger, and then the fuel being that was heated then goes back into the outer tanks. So that's the only thing that happens when you switch on the fuel pumps on the ground. Right, alt constraint. Let's descend down to 3000, the final approach point altitude. So alt constraint, descend blue. So now it's starting to slow down to 20 knots. Yeah, so Mate, we have a rule of thumb where if you do autobrake low, you take your gross weight, so 63 tons for example, you multiply that by 30, so that's about 1900 meters, and that gives you the approximate landing distance, and you add 15% to that for the factored. Autobrake medium would be the gross weight times 20, so let's say about 1300 meters for autobrake medium, and about 1800, 1900 meters for autobrake low. That's kind of a rule of thumb we have. But of course, normally we respect the calculator these days. But it's just that the FSLabs calculation is very conservative. What's it like learning system of 747 again? Do you still remember most of it? No, I have to pretty much go from scratch. Right, so it's going to have our next restriction here at 4,000 feet. Ciampino traffic from Easy 839er is on a outbound leg for the RP Alpha 33 in Ciampino. So no, I have to learn pretty much from scratch again. Maybe. Oh, Toto, it doesn't have a CPDLC. Ah. Okay, then I need to replan then. Okay. So it's got. No, okay, that's no problem. I'll see. We'll find something else then. That's fine. Right, transition. QNH is 1021. Yeah, I do want to try out the secret DLC. Yeah, we'll change that then. That's all good. Yeah, thank you, Toto. So 1021 now. And the latest wind, it says 5 degrees 50 at 8. 50 at 8. There we go. Cool. No, Paul Flies. I'm still waiting, but at the moment, as you can imagine, there's so much stuff happening that nothing is sure regarding transition or you know, changes to the fleet at the moment. I'm just gonna wait until I get my letter for the new aircraft, and we'll see when it happens. Right, flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps 1, because max 185 knots, and that means actually we have to go flaps 2. Although I'm going to cheat a little bit, guys. I'm gonna go and fly S speed for now, just so, because it is a bit still got lots of track miles to go. So if you go into our progress page, distance to the threshold right now is about 10 miles. We have another 2 or 3 miles, 5 miles base, so yeah, lots of track miles. It is, yeah. It is P for D, yeah. Correct. Right, alt constraint, descend. So again, we're going to make sure that we adhere to these restrictions. 4,000 feet, 185 knots. It's quite nice, actually. No, so the 15% is the difference between in-flight landing distance and factored. So normally we, airline pilots, we have a 15% addition to the in-flight landing distance. The in-flight landing distance is a certified landing distance, but we airline pilots are known for floating a bit more, flaring a bit more, so not hitting the touchdown zone markers every time. Hence 15% addition on that gives us the factored, and that's our base minimum, unless you have an emergency. So in an abnormal case, I can actually use the in-flight landing distance legally. Right, descend. Here comes flaps 2, speed is checked, flaps 2. Gonna start slowing down to 160. It's a bit ballooning here. But yeah, but normally, yeah, so wet runway has another addition on top of the normal. Yeah, that's correct. No, I'm not changing the airline, I'm just changing the aircraft type. Well, I'm hoping to change the aircraft type. Right, so the runway is there, but it's offset. So it's not going this way, it's going this way. And there's that monastery I've talked about. Ciampino traffic, easy. 839 is inbound at 10 miles from Roma for the ANA 33 in Ciampino.
Ciampino traffic,
good, so we got to reach 3,000 at this point.
Downwind in Ciampino.
And again, final descent path, so we're going to put this to approach arm, approach nav, final approach now is set, speed. And as mentioned before, at the descent point, then we'll start lowering the landing gear. Yeah, poor flies, exactly that. The test pilots don't need to look for, you know, passenger comfort. 3,000, missed approach is set. Gears coming down. Okay, nice. Albuquerque. Yeah, I have good scenery for Albuquerque, Jojo. Yeah, thanks. That's a good idea. Good. Flaps 3, speed is checked. Flaps 3. Cabin is still not ready. Test, 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 test. Come on. Flaps full. Speed is checked. Flaps full. Come on, Norman. Hurry up. I'd hate to do go around because the cabin is ready. Just saying. So I'm going to get ready now. Flight director's off, bird is on. Manual thrust. Manual flight. And you can see now the track lines that we've drawn in, that helps us then with the reference. And there we go.
Above.
Runway's in sight. So we can just now go visually. Yeah, that's a really good aim point actually. Like it. Right, on path. Just make sure we don't get high. Continue. Let's continue descending here. And the cabin is still not ready. Are you kidding me? Norman, what are you doing? Alright, just slightly low. Again, small corrections. Let's turn final.
500.
Let's get aligned with the runway. Right, cabin's still not ready. Oh my god. Do I smell a go? Oh! Oh. Right, go around. Flaps. Pause, ready to climb. Gear up. Oh, we're gonna engine stalling. Engine 1 fail. So Mantoga, SRS, NAF, full heading, runway track. There we go. Let's trim the aircraft. Right, aircraft trim, autopilot 1 on. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Easy, actually A39 engine failure. We're proceeding straight out for a pattern. We'll join behind you, MAN.
Let's copy, black box. Happy landing, good luck.
Thank you. Right, so, engine 1 fail. Engine mode selector, ignition. Ignition. Thrust lever, number 1 idle. Confirm. Number 1 confirmed. Idle. If no relight after 30 seconds, forget it. We've got no N2, no N1, it's damaged. Engine master 1 off. Confirm.
Number
1 confirmed.
Runway 33 visual.
Off. Engine fire 1 push button, push. And again, we need to confirm that. Confirm. Number 1 confirm. Engine 1 after 8 seconds discharge. Let's do level off here. Let's accelerate. Vertical speed is 0. Discharge. Agent 1. Discharged. If no damage, forget it. You're too late. Flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1. Norman, you're too late. Forget it. We've got other problems right now. So relight, consider no negative. So shut down. Stop ECAM. Let's fly the aircraft. Let's level off. Yeah, we had bird strike. A-firm. Flap 0, speed is checked. Flap 0. Here's green dot speed. And then we're going to climb 3,000 feet. So open climb. And we're going to put the thrust lever to MCT, max continuous thrust. Open climb, 3,000. Whew. Just saw another aircraft in there. How did this happen? Well, birds do fly around at lower altitude. It can happen. Right, shut down, continue ECAM now. So we've got if no fuel leak. Let's have a look. Looks good to me. So a bit more on this side. Sorry, a bit less on this side because engine 1 is shut down. I'll start. All good. So no fuel leak, imbalance monitor, we'll do that, and TCAS mode selector TA, avoid icing conditions, and that's it. Clear engine 1, clear. We have land ASAP in amber, we'll do so. We'll land here in Ciampino. Air bleed, so left side is off. Number 2 bleed system is supplying pack number 2. Clear bleed. Ilek. Gen 2 supplying AC1, AC2. That's always a good reminder for APU start.
Ciampino traffic, Volotea 693.
Starting. Clear Ilek. Hydraulic. Number 1 system is dead. It's not supplying pressure. So number 2 system is supplying the green system via the PTU. All 3 hydraulic systems are available. Yes, with engine. So with the autopilot engaged, you do have short-term and long-term yaw corrections. So the autopilot now trims the aircraft in the yaw axis automatically. Clear hydraulic. Clear status. Stop ECAM. Consider restart options or reset options. Well, we're not restarting the engine. Anything we can improve on? Well, we're starting the APU. Right, cabin preparation. Well, no, we're low level engine failure. I'm confident we can land this easily, so no need to prepare the cabin. Just give the infos to the cabin what's happened. And a short announcement to the passengers in the form of that we had an engine failure. And we're just doing a short pattern now, landing about 10 minutes, and it'll be a normal landing. And always, I would say that they are required to follow the instructions given by the cabin crew. Just as a reminder, a friendly reminder. Let me go to Romeo Oscar Mike again. There we go, nav mode. So, we're going to fly the approach again. So from Roma, it's going to be 767. Alright, let's try that again. Lira arrival. Approach via Roma. Insert. Direct Roma insert. Right, so 767, 768, 762, 763. All good. All right, we're just a bit lower. I'm going to do non-standard this out of 3,000 feet. We are visual with the terrain. Oh, look at the... Oh, nice. Look at the the routing. Imagine doing that in real life. Lol. Right over the Vatican. Well, we have a good excuse. Emergency traffic. That's actually pretty cool. Didn't know we had these included. There's a Colosseum there.
And Ciampino traffic,
hey, Voyager.
693 runway located.
Right. Anything else we can do to improve now? So status, continue status read, or continue ECAM read status, avoid icing conditions, we'll do so. If no engine 1 damage, disregard, we've talked about it 3 times now. Cat 3 single only, right, we don't need a Cat 3. In-up systems, wing anti-eyes, Cat 3 dual, engine 1 bleed, pack 1, gen 1, and a green engine 1 pump, all in-up. Right, remove status. ECAM actions completed. Abbreviated landing briefing, approach briefing. So now we're engine out. We'll fly the art of approach. We can do so with the visual circling, single engine. We would normally do a diversion to Fiumicino, obviously, but Fiumicino is closed. So we have to go and land at Ciampino at the moment. No, it's not random. No, I programmed it. Because Magus, so we can blame Magus. He said, well, how about we do a go-around after the art of approach? And I thought, well, why don't we do something more spicy, like a single engine go-around? So there we have it. Good. Yeah, so missed approach considerations. We're not going to follow the standard missed approach. We'll just do the engine out, meaning straight out. We're going to accelerate at round about 2,000 feet height. Sorry, 2,000 feet altimeter reading. Clean up the aircraft, climb 3,000, and do another pattern. Now, fuel-wise, we're committed to Ciampino. So we're going to land with about 2 tons of fuel. No more diversions. Ah, yes, of course, the Toto in real life. You should, that's a thing I would want to talk about anyways. So in real life, if you see birds, so let's say you see a big flock of birds, and you know you can't avoid a collision with those birds, you should just continue at the lower power setting, so your normal, approach power setting, and just continue towards the runway. Because if you start the go-around and the engines rev up to max power, and then you hit the birds, the likelihood of actually having an engine failure increases. Right, so the recommendation is, if you see birds on final, to continue. Now, same thing as Toto quotes. Normally, if you have an engine failure on final, you would continue and you would consider, yeah, just stabilizing the aircraft. You need about 10% more N1 to keep the speed. And if you're able to continue on a stable path, you'll continue with the landing. Because doing a high-powered go-around with the extreme yaw moment you're getting, you have to be careful with the pitch up. So only one engine. It is very challenging. So in this matter, it would be easier to just continue. All assuming, of course, that you are going to be, you know, good with landing performance. But normally the penalty for engine out isn't that big. It's more in engine out, climb out. That's the problem regarding minimum climb gradients. 62 something. Let's do 63. I'll try config 3 actually. So config 3 calculate.
Confirm runway vacated.
Yeah. So it says now. So max manual braking, since we have an abnormal, factored 1600. So we'll do that. I'm going to do a flat 3 landing. Again, that improves the go-around performance. So config 3, landing distance is a short, auto brake stays medium, landing flat 3 is set. Ciampino traffic, easy 839 is outbound on the RMP 33 approach in Ciampino. Yeah, so the 3-degree glide path, you see that's 2.5 degrees, that's 5 degrees. So we just keep the bird just slightly below that 2.5 degree marker. Here comes flaps 1, speed is checked. Flaps 1. Why do you start the APU? Well, the APU gives us another electric generator. So if you go to electrics now, you can see that prior to having the APU generator available, the generator 2 bus was supplying all of the electrics. The problem is, if you lose, for any reason, you lose the generator 2 as well, you're only left with emergency electric configuration, which is a tough thing to handle. You're going to get a huge checklist on top of everything else. So it's a good idea to have a second backup generator that relieves the load on the remaining generator, but also could take over in case the other one fails. Again, you want to avoid an EMA-ELE config. Right, flaps 1 means there's a status pops up again. Let's check there's nothing new. Nope, no changes. Remove status. Alright, so config 3, landing is a short, auto brake is medium, talked about the missed approach, fuel situation, 2 tons, that's about 45 minutes remaining fuel. Well, I know what you mean. It's always difficult to turn into an engine, especially when it's running at full power, regarding the turn dynamics. However, it all depends on your coordination, right? So if you have a good rudder coordination, make sure you don't slip the aircraft, then I don't see the issue with turning into a dead engine. So turning into the dead engine, meaning that you turn into an engine that's not delivering thrust, and then if you're not careful with the yaw moment, you actually then risking a higher bank angle, right? But again, it shouldn't really matter with a jet aircraft. Right, final approach, 3000, missed approach set. Here comes flaps 2. Speed check, flaps 2. Gears coming down. Put manual thrust here already. Just want to get a feel for the aircraft. So, flaps 3, final settings, speed check flaps 3, the rest should be still there, all good. So again, I'm looking for about 65% and 1 to get the aircraft stable. And once I have the autopilot off, I need to trim the aircraft myself. So I'm just going to wait until the power is there. Well, a bit steeper on the path, that's why the power is a bit lower than normal. No, we don't only do flaps 30 on shorter runways. There's so many different aspects to look at. So here comes the power. Let the aircraft trim the rudder. There it goes. Manual flight. The flight director's off bird on. And again, here comes the turn onto the center line, one path, just keeping the descent rate, runways in sight. So trying to keep everything as stable as possible, continue, that's the best thing you can do.
Ciampino traffic crossing 505, reset 3 Charlie, arrival 9000 feet.
Just a little bit low, correcting here.
34 left, ILS approach.
Ciampino traffic, easy, 839, turn to final, runway 33 in Ciampino. So I'm trying to avoid larger inputs. There we go, we're now on path again, getting onto the center line. Yeah, try to keep things as stable as possible. Smooth inputs. And if you manage that, it shouldn't be a big issue, even with the engine out. Line checklist, economic landing blue, no blue. Slightly high.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Come on. Let the aircraft settle down. Right, we've got spoilers, reverse, and decel. Yes, I do use the Hortus Warthog AFA. Manual brakes. And we'll take the next exit, Alpha Bravo. There we go. All right. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so nice demonstration. Engine out. Flaps going up, spoilers in. Nice.
The crew will soon be leaving their seats to complete.
Well, I didn't use full reverse, so yeah, you have to be careful, especially when the runway is slippery. You would have to be really careful. Ciampino traffic, runway is clear in Ciampino.
Take care when opening the lockers in case anything falls out. If you have any items that could be
yeah, thank you so much, Megas and Mark, for the tip here regarding that approach. I knew I had the scenery, but I've not been here for ages.
Devices may now be used. Before you fly with us again, why not download the EasyJet app, which lets you take full control. With our all-in-one app, it's never been easier to book flights.
Right, let's see, where can we park? Parking.
And manage your trip from one handy place.
Good night,
Thank
Black
you for flying
Box.
with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you on board again soon.
Let's do, oh, what are these 400s? Right. Let's try that. Cool. Oh no, that's there. Oh no. Alright, go there. MAN, thank you so much. Thanks for joining. Hope you enjoyed the flight. Fantastic, thank you. Right, let's do the items here. I think we've done all that. Needs a lot of power, single engine to taxi. There's a follow me. Yeah. Lol. It's just passed me again. Oh, come on, aircraft, turn, please. Will you turn? Thank you. That nose was steering. Yeah, so dot-like, yeah, so normally, again, you would try to continue the landing, but we talked about this prior, so we decided to do a go-around. So I simulated a captain that was kind of shocked to have a bird strike and engine failure, and didn't even consider landing, but going around. Because again, the going around is a lot more challenging if you're not careful, compared to just continuing. Have you ever heard of a go-around because of cabin not ready? Well, yeah. However, it's one of those discussions where you have to ask yourself, why is the cabin not ready? Is the cabin not ready because there's been a miscommunication between you and the cabin crew and there's still trolleys in the galley, for example? You know, then it would definitely not be safe to land. Right? It would be safer to do a very easy, you know, soft go-around. Right? Not slam the power to toga, but just go slowly, you know, with the thrust increase, slowly increase the pitch, and kind of stop the descent on the approach. If it's, for example, due to the fact that the cabin was actually ready and there's a passenger that jumps up at 1,000 feet height and runs to the toilet because he has some really important physical needs to attend to, that passenger knows the risk. So if I hear that passenger is in the toilet, I would ask the purser to make an announcement to that passenger saying, stay in the restroom, do not get up again until the aircraft has landed and come to a complete stop. Then I would land. I'll be careful with, you know, braking, but yeah, so you have different options. It's not always you know, black and white in this sense. So alrighty, parking checklist. APU bleed is on. Yellow ilic pump is off. Engines, one broken, one off. Seatbelts off. Then we've got the parking brake currently on, and the radar, predicted wind shear both off. Nice, good time. 10 o'clock German time, so good to go and download the latest version. So Toto, do you have another link, or is that on the X? Yeah, I know where it is. But it is online, correct? So I can download it now.
Good night, Black.
Thank you, Mark. That's quick. All right. So I'm going to end the stream here. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes for another flight in the Challenger 650 with the try of the CPDLC functionality. And we're going to fly from, yeah, Albuquerque to Jackson Hole. Voyager, mach's gut. All right, guys. See you in a few minutes. Thank you so much.